I look and see, it's not just me.
Jeff, why do you insist on doing this dumb internet shit on TV?
I look and see, it's not just me.
This place is a fucking joke, man. You're a clown. I quit.
So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. We call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild.
No. It doesn't make logical sense, but it makes.
Yes, of course.
But it makes wrestling booking sense. Of course, this makes no sense. Of course, okay, it makes no sense. However, in pro wrestling booking, which often makes no sense, you would do that. It's about making money. It's not about anything else. Wrestling's always been about making money first and foremost. That's it.
Yes! I look and see, it's not just me.
Last weekend was the greatest weekend in AEW history. This is the greatest week.
I look and see, it's not just me.
Security, my safety, my life was in danger at a wrestling show.
So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. We call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. We call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Living wild. Yeah!
If you're familiar with how we do things often here on these Wednesdays, it's a lot like one of my favorite movies, Time Cop.
What? Fuck you. Fuck you.
Yeah!
Damn it, God! Yeah!
Every booking is golden, you see. Perfect cards crafted for you and me. Yeah, the best guy's Tony Khan, it's true. Triple cup, best damn booker in the land. 3 red cups stacked up, always in command. Triple cup, living legend of the fight. Just a call away from making it right. Never see him back hard, no way. Got the whole roster locked in for the day. A Crimson Tower, modern art. Triple cup. Triple cup. Every booking is golden, you see. Perfect cards crafted for you and me. Yeah, the best guy's Tony Khan, it's true. Triple cup. Best damn booker in the land. 3 red cups stacked up, always in command. Triple cup. Living legend of the fight. Just a call away from making it right. Never see him back hard, no way. Got the whole roster locked in for the day. A Crimson Tower, modern art. Triple cup. Triple cup.
What's happening, guys? Welcome to another eclectic edition of PWT Live Show. Yeah, it's Wednesday. I am your host, the infallible Phil Marks. That is Phil S. Marks.
Fucking Mark!
And we are live on YouTube, Kick, and X. So everybody hit like, hit subscribe, do whatever you do on Kick. If you're on X, hit the heart, hit the retweet, show some support. Appreciate you guys for being here so much tonight. AEW sues Triller TV for $5 million. The rumors about Asuka's WWE exit since this last Saturday, it's all sort of unfolded, and through all of the speculation, I think we got a clear-cut, definitive reason as to why she's gone. And Tony Khan disrespects Ted Turner. We talked about it before. Like, this happened last week. Dynamite's on
Best
again.
guys,
But,
Tony Khan.
you know, just to recap that and like what's been going on in the world of AEW this last week. Also, you know, the AEW WWE upfronts. I was going to put Swerve Strickland coping. I put him in the thumbnail, but I was going to put that in the title. Swerve Strickland's been kind of coping, some interviews and whatnot. And so, yeah, that's what's going on, guys. Again, hit like, hit subscribe, check out patreon.com/ProWrestleTimes. And yeah, shout out anybody who's out there in Kickland checking out the show as well. I appreciate you guys. We're going to get into right away. I don't know if you guys have been seeing some of the things that have come out today, but nothing too crazy. No more releases. You know, nothing really like that, but there has been some cool news, and we're also going to check in. Oh yeah, this is the other thing. I also want to check in with there was a female wrestler from Japan, and I like showed you guys all the snacks she packed, and she like crushed this big ass burger. I found her channel. We have a couple clips from her as well, so we're going to check in. That's going to be fun. And yeah, so let's get into things here. We're all over the place tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, let's start things off in miscellaneous news. Okay, because there is some cool things that have happened. We're going to start from like today, I guess, and work backwards from the last handful of days. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for miscellaneous news hosted by Wade Barrett.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
So WWE Raw's Rusev and Gangrel have opened up Keck Pro Wrestling Academy in Nashville. I don't know. With orientation now underway. Tibi Miro originally trained under Gangrel, which I had no idea about that. I always assumed that Rusev was like some guy who threw rocks in Bulgaria really far. He threw them the furthest in the village, so then he got brought in NIL style. No, I didn't know that. I have no concept of what Rusev's like background is. I don't think I've ever Wikipedia'd him and found out like where he actually started training or anything. But Gangrel's trained a lot of people, and yeah, they opened up a school. Rusev, on bringing him in, he says he's been screwed so many times by people who promise him things. Now I got to work on my Rusev. So it was time for me and him to do something that he'll be able to finally like, hey, this is it. On Gangrel's approach, he's going to keep it real. He's going to teach you real. Kek is the Bulgarian word for professional wrestling. DM train to Kek Pro Wrestling on IG to sign up. So shout them out, and they're going to train them properly. And I'm glad that Rusev like has his sights set on that, because he's a guy that I don't think people have a lot of hope for in this second run. Like, he's an older dude. He's just kind of there to get people over, and that's totally fine. But I love when like the veterans are thinking about the future and how they're going to make the future better. Like, I love Ric Flair to death. You know, but if he wasn't wiling out, imagine, I don't know, is he responsible for training and like breaking people in and stuff like that? Imagine what he could do, like the imprint he could have on the wrestling industry just as a whole, you know? Here, just speaking of holes, Mo Moon has been a member for 14 months. Thank you so much for your membership. Guys, memberships are 99 cents. I do a bonus show every Monday, so consider it. Yoda Cola 23 has been a member for 25 goddamn months. 2 years.
Sometimes in life, you gotta be a hoe.
Oh my God, amazing.
Acknowledge me.
Thank you so much for your membership and support. So moving along here, Hulk Hogan, speaking of support, man, speaking of back support, brother, Hulk Hogan's former accountant has been indicted on 6 federal wire fraud charges tied to nearly $900,000 in allegedly, right? We got to be careful with our words.
Allegedly.
Here. It was embezzlement. It's unconfirmed whether Hogan is the victim, but reports say the accountant worked for him during the time frame cited. Yeah, he was for surely getting slighted, dude. That's for goddamn sure. And when you're making the type of money Hulk Hogan's making, I don't know if you're paying attention to it as much as you should be, you know? But lock him up. That's illegal. We're telling. And hopefully they get that figured out, though. But if that guy was sliming a bunch of people, he was for surely sliming Hulk a little bit. Speaking of WCW legends, one of their kids, Brock Rechsteiner's the wide receiver on the New Orleans Saints. What do you guys think of that? Any Saints fans? Let me know. I don't know if he's any good. He looks like a genetic freak, and he's expressed being in WWE and pro wrestling one day, so hopefully he shows up somewhere, obviously the WWE route, and hopefully he like does some cool shit, gets some highlights while he's there, and doesn't get an injury that puts him into wrestling sooner than later, you know? Like, you want him to be in the NFL making money for as many years as he can. It's like a short window, you know? So hopefully he can maximize that, because then there's still plenty of pro wrestling time after that, brother. So we move, and he can be with his brother. That's Braun Breaker's brother, right? Or is that his cousin? Either way, they're freaks of fucking nature. Oh, 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 everybody bark in chat. Oh, 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 oh. Are we going to bark for him too? So, speaking of chat here, I see you guys. Sky JD, been a member for 20 months. Thank you so much for 20 months of membership. And Dunn did what now? A member for 11 months. Thank you for 11 months of membership. You guys fucking rule.
We'll rule you.
And I
Acknowledge me.
People are saying cousin, brother. Big Brocka pump. Is it his brother? Let's check. Who is Braun Breaker's brother? Say that 5 times fast. Hudson and Maverick Rechsteiner. Who is Braun Breaker's cousin? Brock Rechsteiner. There you go. So they're cousins. So that's Scott Steiner's kid. Oh shit. That tag team's gonna go so hard in the Worldwide Wrestling Federation. So speaking of going hard, man, 12 years and 8 months sentence was given to Quatrero, who is the ex of Stephanie Vaquer, and a judge individualized the penalty this Tuesday to the wrestler for attempted feminicidio and family violence against Stephanie Vaquer. It would be 10 years, 8 months for the 2 years that Quatrero was already confirmed. For now, he will remain free on bail. And I think it's like time served. So Quatrero has been arrested to 12 years, 8 months in jail. He's previously served 2 of those years. But for now, he's out on parole until I don't know when. Again, a lot of law and order here in this miscellaneous news segment of this edition of PWT Live. We move along, and former Ridge Holland is also the former Ridge Holland. Okay, I forget what his name is now, but he explains how new NWL for life, brada. The L is for life, Chico. NWL promotion is a coming out party. So it's an all gay fed. Effie already does that. No. Yeah, it's NWL. I don't know if he has a part of it or anything. I hate clicking on their glitchy ass website, but I'll do it. So he's just going to go wrestle in the National Wrestling League. Okay, so he doesn't own it or anything like that. Like, I think Gangrel owns a Fed, and he's opening a school. And Ridge, he's going to go wrestle in some fucking league. That sounds pretty cool, I guess. Speaking of wrestlers who used to be in WWE, man, and these aren't the only ones. They're not the one, but you're the only one that can make me feel. So at GalaxyCon and at WrestleCon, the New Day are going to be there. Kofi's just going by Kofi. Obviously, Xavier Woods is going to go by Austin Creed, which is a name he made for himself a little bit outside of pro wrestling. Of course, he was on G4 TV when they revitalized it, and he would get WWE superstars over there. And then Frost said, fuck it, and just tanked that whole company by going on an unhinged rant. That's a story for another day, but that's a weird internet lore for another channel. But they'll be there, man. And also the Wyatt Six. I didn't want to bookmark because, like, the one, I think it was like last year, I bookmarked every single person who was going to be at WrestleCon and shit. And it was just unfair to the audience scrolling through all that. But like the Wyatt Six are going to be there as a whole as well. And as a whole, not like a void in the show, actually, like they were on SmackDown sometimes, but like an whole, an entire unit. And they are going to be signing autographs and taking pictures as what's being advertised as like they're on different paths, but for the last time ever, see the Wyatt Six there, buds. So make sure you guys check that out if you're around. But this is GalaxyCon, I know, but also I believe the New Day are at the WrestleCon because there's another one coming up. And I'm sure Conrad Thompson will be a part of it because Conrad Thompson, so here's, hey, it's Conrad. I'm auctioning off my ring used WCW US Championship with Heritage Sport this weekend. Oh, come on now, Eric. If you click the link below, you'll save 20% at this auction this weekend. This belt was used from 91 to 95 and held by Sting, Austin. Sting didn't have a fucking tan. Austin, Luger, Rude, Dustin, Steamboat, Vader, and my friend Steve, who sells chains at buychainswithsteve.com. Check out this clip from a series I did called The Title Chase, and the link in the comments. Yeah, head to the link down below, and you too can chase a title this weekend at my auction.
All told, the first WCW United States Championship belt was in use from early spring 1991 through late November of 1995. This particular championship survived multiple management changes within WCW, including Jim Herd, Kip Fry, Bill Watts, and Eric Bischoff. 9 men held this championship: Lex Luger, Sting, Rick Rude.
And he had a fucking tan when he had the belt, Eric.
Dustin Rhodes, Steve Austin, Ricky Steamboat, Jim Duggan.
It's crazy because you when you sit and think about like, yo, that title, I grew up, I love that title, it's in all the video games, what happened to it, and it's just like, I got it, it's in the back of my pickup truck, it's just collecting dust in my fucking garage.
Vader and Kensuke Sasaki.
Conrad's got them all, dude.
No one held this title longer than Rick Rude, lasting 378 days in a single run. Austin technically held it twice for 240 days, even if his second run was probably better counted in minutes rather than days.
But most importantly, a picture of him comes up. I've had it longer than all of them combined because I've had it in my garage for the last 15 years, Eric.
Sting was United States champion for 234 days across 2 reigns. Dustin Rhodes held it on 2 occasions for 229 days total. Duggan held it for 100 days. Vader had it for 88 days. Sasaki was only champ for 44 days. And Ricky Steamboat retired with it after just 25 days. It was held up 4 times and decided by tournaments on 3 occasions. It was on the first Super Brawl, the first Monday night.
You know what? Conrad's next move should be just like making videos Like, this is just kind of like an interesting YouTube video you'd click on where it like gives you the history of the United States title. You know what I'm saying? And then you would just watch this. This is some shit that would be on like WrestleLamia. Welcome to WrestleLamia, a Super Bowl with the United States title. You know what I'm saying? Conrad should just get into the biz, man. Hit me up, Connie. Let's fucking talk.
Nitro and the First World War III. It changed hands at Great American Bash, once in Japan, twice on WCW Saturday Night, twice at a Clash of the Champions, and twice at a Starrcade. Once WCW began using the new Joe Marshall version of the United States Championship, no one would see this particular championship again.
Except for me. It sits on the fucking desk in my office. He's like, I hang my car polish from it. What did he say this other one was called? Once they switched to
Version of the United States Championship. Once WCW began using the new Joe Marshall version.
The new Jill Marshall version. I bought that shit too, motherfuckers. I keep that one hanging on my wall in my baby's room. Jesus Christ.
Of the United States.
Shout out Conrad though, like
until early March 1998.
It's cool. Like you think about these belts and it's like he just has it. He has a bunch of them too, right? He collects stuff. So it's just, you don't really think about that. How important is that to the history of wrestling, you know? Speaking on titles, PWS Korea, and I could have put this in TNA news, but it's important here because PWS Korea, and if you guys remember, like a year or two ago, there was a fucking wrestler who wrestles here, and he's like, I'm putting on these shows, and I did my first excursion to America and whatnot, and so and I DM'd with him a little bit, and I think this is their title. Either way, they're getting Nick Nemeth out there. They're trying to break open the Korea market. It's growing year over year. They're doing bigger shows, and that's PWS Korea. So new Korea champion Nick Nemeth has taken the Korea Championship back to the United States. His reign as Korea champion promises to be an exciting one. New Korea champion Nick Nemeth has taken the Korea, so they just repeat it. And yeah, that was at Wrestle Nation 2, which I think is like their version of WrestleMania. And yes, the last one was last year, and we talked about it a little bit. So
let's talk about it.
I don't know. Wrestling expanding, Nick Nemeth doing player shit. Like, this is dope that he did that, you know? And I think they were talking about they did like 11,000 people. Speaking of Asia, Hiroyoshi Tenzan, and being fucking legendary, dude. Tenzan announces his retirement August 15 in Ryogoku. And I didn't even know he was still going. Now, Tenzan, I believe like Tenzan and Chono would team up, right? And Cho-Ten, yeah, also known as Team Wolf. And they were like NWO Japan. Maybe. Actually, I don't know. Did Tenzan join that? Whatever. We're not going to do a deep history lesson on all of that. But yeah, he's still going. And he's about to retire. I thought he was already retired. In fact, I didn't know if he was still with us or not. So but good to see another legend call their shot and retire. Shout him out. Now I'm Canadian, and Wakana Uehara, and I think she has a channel called Wakana Eats or Wakana Eats. Yes, it's called Wakana Eats. So go and check out her channel, and she does these fucking mukbangs, and she's just this like small Japanese Joshi wrestler. She made her first trip to Canada, okay, and she's gonna grade some Canadian foods and whatnot. But she calls herself the world's hungriest Japanese pro wrestler, and she legit crushes this food. It's fucking insane. And she did have a match in AEW, I want to say, and I can't remember. She may have done had a tryout or something like that with WWE recently as well. I actually don't remember, but she did wrestle, I think, I want to say on like Collision, maybe it was an ROH taping. But here's her trip to Vancouver.
I'm the #1 big eater.
And I was talking about her last show because she like chronicled what the fuck she was eating in Vegas and like all the snacks she brought back. I was like, look at this. This is insane. And I feel like I owe her one because I forgot the name of her channel and shit. So this is poutine, her first time having poutine. Chat, have you ever had poutine?
Japanese pro wrestler in the world. Today, I will eat Canada's famous poutine. The retro interior is so cute. I ate poutine with
Okay, so that's a pulled pork poutine. Poutine, of course, is French fries, or as the Americans call it, freedom fries. USA, USA, USA.
Wrestling's not fake!
And then you put pulled pork on it. Some places will do like, you know, you can get a cheddar bacon cheeseburger poutine or like a pizza poutine or like, you know, there's restaurants that'll do different toppings. Pulled pork is pretty standard. Some people eat it with ketchup. I don't like doing that. But it's gravy, cheese curds, and fries. And some people will switch it up and do it with like, you know, cheddar or whatever the fuck. Let me know if you guys have ever had poutine. Two-ish for 10. Thank you so much, sis. Thank you for the content, dude. Thank you for the
He
support.
had Cuervo with him the whole time too.
Hopefully you guys are enjoying me watching this fucking Joshi wrestler do a mukbang, right? And discussing Canadian food. I hope you enjoy that. I don't know why you guys are here. To be
Oh, come on now, Eric.
But thank you so much for the support, dude. I really, really appreciate that.
Acknowledge me.
So yeah, pulled pork though, pretty standard, like to throw on top of a poutine with the barbecue sauce. Okay. And yeah.
is pulled pork.
But this isn't all she eats. Like if I ate that, okay, and I'm 6'4", dude, if I ate that, I'd be like, oh, I'm pretty fucking, you know, like I could maybe crush the milkshake after. She fucking, like she eats so much food. I'm like disgusted.
It's so stretchy. Fresh fries and gravy sauce are the best.
Gravy sauce.
I also order pancakes.
So yeah, again, gravy, of course, in Italy, in Italian America, I guess, American in Little Italy, whatever. Gravy is just tomato sauce, right? So then she's just crushing pancakes. I mean, okay, I wouldn't eat this after eating all that. That's what I mean. I'd get so sick from all the sugar. But yeah, I mean, this is standard. Everybody eats fucking pancakes, right?
High calorie food.
Eats them at the same time, dude. Oh my god.
It's so delicious. I want to drown in maple syrup. Whipped cream makes me happy. My drink is a peanut butter shake. Pudding is amazing.
Yeah, if you want to get Canadian, like crepes, you know, that's like another version of, and you can again have like, I've seen crepes made with like ham and cheese for lunch or brunch, and then there's, you know, or you get like a breakfast crepe or a dessert crepe, but it's not quite a pancake, but it's essentially a fucking pancake, you know.
After eating,
it's different, you know.
I had a match today. Look.
You had a match, dude. If I ate all that, your boy Phil would be either hugging the toilet one way or the other. I'd have to like take a nap. I'd drink some coffee, and then I'd be like, okay, I got to go to the fucking bathroom. She's like, I'm going to go wrestle and bump around, and then what?
The venue was hyped. Match finished. I took off my makeup. Finally, it's dinner time. Eating food from a Vancouver supermarket.
She went to a supermarket and then just got like mac and cheese. Whatever the fuck this is. I don't even know what that is.
Mac and cheese. Calzone.
Oh, a calzone. So it's just like a stuffed pizza, like from the market. Like I could crush that for sure. If I was hungry, if I like, just came home and shit, okay, I'm going to eat one of these. I would be dead after though, let alone the edamame or whatever she's got over here.
And
you know
some edamames and inari sushi. I also
and then here we
ate
go.
a Nanaimo bar.
She got an Nanaimo bar. So Nanaimo bars are, I don't know if you guys have it and just call it something different in America, or if you guys are watching in the UK or Australia or whatever. But a Nanaimo bar, I don't even know how to describe it. It's this layered, just delicious treat. Here, I'll type in like Nanaimo bar description. And of course, Nanaimo is in BC, British Columbia. So it's a no-bake Canadian dessert consisting of 3 distinct layers: a graham cracker, coconut, and nut crumb base. Sounds super hot. A thick custard icing middle. Thick custard. And a top layer of chocolate ganache. Bang, bang. So those fucking rule. If you guys ever get a chance, eat a fucking Nanaimo bar, okay?
It's famous.
She's like, I got the Nanaimo bar. She's got fucking like a pumpkin. She got pecan pie over here. She's got like 3 different desserts. You know what I mean? This chick can fucking throw it
In
down.
Vancouver.
And then she's wearing a TJPW shirt.
I thought Nanaimo
for the
means
promotion.
potato in Japanese, but it's place name.
And then another big giant piece of like chocolate vanilla cake. Everybody's had
I have
that.
a big sweet tooth. This is so sweet and I love it. I ate a couple
And then a cup of noodle to wash it down with Lay's ketchup chips, buddy. Holy. Listen, what do you guys know about those Lay's ketchup chips? Huh? Chat, what do you guys know about those Lay's ketchup chips? Because let me tell you something.
Oh my God, it's the greatest thing I've ever seen.
They're fucking delicious, okay? I don't know if you guys, but I wouldn't mix it or eat them at the same time I'm eating ramen. That's the thing.
girl from Japan too. Oh no, I forgot the ingredients. It's snack time, snack time, snack time.
And what is that, a Wonder Bar? Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit.
Snack time,
That's like a Wonder Bar or a Butterfinger.
snack time.
A
Especially
Wonder Bar, Wunderbar. And then look, the Hawkins Cheesies. Yo, chat, what do you guys know about the Hawkins
I don't know.
Cheesies? You guys don't know shit about those Hawkins Cheesies. You guys get Hawkins Cheesies in the fucking States? Oh my God, dude. They are so addicting. You will eat that shit until you fucking vomit because they're so good. And look at that big ass bag. And they don't chintz out, man. They're packed to the fucking brim. She's eating them with chopsticks, which is wild. That's a barrel of noodles. I know. That's like a fucking, look how big that bowl of noodles is, dude. Guys, Hawkins Cheesies, lock in. Look them up if you can find them anywhere. I'm telling you.
these cheeses, they're the best. I bought so many cheeses for souvenirs.
And then what is that? Hold on. No, she's not. What is that? Just like sugar cookies, man. Sugar cookies.
I bought so many cheeses for souvenirs. My
She
suitcase
just said too, I brought so many cheesies for souvenirs. That's what I'm saying. Like, we, like Canadians, will go to the States and bring back a bunch of snacks and drinks and shit that we can't get up here. If you guys ever come to Canada, stock up on Hawkins Cheesies, okay?
is exploding. This cup noodle is
And then she's eating like, what is that, a Twinkie? Holy.
This cup noodle is so delicious. You must try it when you visit Japan. Dr. Pepper is right. Everything was
And then chugging like, is that a 1 liter Dr. Pepper? Oh my God.
Pepper is right.
Is that a 1 liter Dr. Pepper? Is that 2 liters? That's a 2 liter Dr. Pepper, man. Holy shit.
Everything was so delicious.
I'm actually baffled, dude. I would be throwing up all over the fucking place. So yeah, check out Wakana Eats on YouTube. And speaking of people who might not be on YouTube any longer, no, they will be. The Dirt Sheets. And I see you in chat talking about the Triller deal. We're going to talk about that. So hang around in chat, and I want you to let me know what Triller's saying. But an update from Cultaholic Wrestling. Since 2017, Cultaholic has strived to create compelling pro wrestling content, and we are very proud of the work we've produced over the past 8.5 years. I guess I should read it like that. It's safe to say that a great deal of what would not have been possible without the attention to detail and tireless work ethic from our editing team. Today, we are deeply saddened to announce the closure of our dedicated editing department. Due to a number of factors. Over time, we've seen significant changes that have had knock-on effects to the way we operate as a business, with YouTube becoming an increasingly turbulent and unpredictable platform on which to operate. We would like to thank Dan, Emma, Luke, Matt, Piers, Richard, and Ryan for their years of exemplary service. Exemplary service. Please support them in any way you can moving forward. We would also like to thank our viewers for their continued support amid the toughest climate we have ever experienced as a company. Now, a lot of people are attributing this to a lot of different shit. They're saying, look, the dirt sheets are falling apart. They're saying, look, Tone is fucking not funding these people as much. Some people are like, oh, YouTube is not paying what it used to, and it fucking, you know, you have people coping all different ways, right? I don't know if it's any of that. It could be all of those things combined. It could be maybe they use AI to do more shit. And so they're like, well, before we needed 4 people to do this thing that we'll just use AI to do now or something. Like we don't fucking know. But all these dirt sheets are scrambling because it's becoming so, with the way these wrestlers talk, the way these wrestlers be talking, like it's way oversaturated, like the whole wrestling fucking commentary news whatever market, right? Or not even market, but just like there's just so much going on. There's so many channels, so many shows, so many whatever. There's so many cool people who like just talk about wrestling sometimes that have huge followings too, and that suffices for a lot of people. So who knows? But all of these sheets, though, are really like collapsing, spurging out, doing 50% off sales, laying off a bunch of people. And it's hilarious to see. Now, some people were like, I didn't realize Cultaholic was a dirt sheet and stuff. And it's like, dude, literally the day. So I put out a tweet just like, yeah, notice all these dirt sheets are falling apart. And then I had some responses of people being like, I didn't realize they were a dirt sheet. And it's like, well, they are, dude, that fucking day, like as of yesterday, literally, they were like, sources told Cultaholic. So they do like, they do. They are do. No, they do like dirt sheet type shit, you know? They claim, they try to back up certain claims and news stories with their sources. And if I'm not mistaken, like Wrestle Talk has partnered with Fightful to break news because one of their people told them some shit, and to amplify it, they go through Fight, which is fine. I mean, like whatever, that's how the news is going to work. But yes, Wrestle Talk and Cultaholic, they do present themselves as news that they have broken and sourced themselves as well, right? Over the years. Now, it might not be all the time, and they could be stroking it out 100% of the time with their news, but it's just the fact that they're yet another sheet / and provided. I'm not even that big of a hater on like Cultaholic and Wrestle Talk. You guys notice like I don't clown them like I clown these other sheets and shit, right? And it's because like they do the entertainment thing and they have characters and they kind of, you know, but they are very like lopsided. I don't know, man. It just seems weird when every like major fucking, not major, but major in the sense that like when you look up wrestling on YouTube, like what comes up? Wrestle Talk and shit. So every dirt sheet, every major wrestling channel, for the most part, a lot of them just sweep a lot of Tony Khan's bullshit and they go overboard on the WWE hate train stuff, or it feels like Tony Khan's co-opted them, or, you know, you see MJF give an interview to, or one of these AEW guys, like they, again, it's access, right? Like I'm pretty sure MJF's done Cultaholic interviews before, has he not? I'm pretty sure he has, right? So, again, you just see the way like people have screen grabbed it and put it out there, like the way they cover certain things, and everybody can cover shit the way they want, you know? But ultimately, I just think all the dirt sheets are getting shitted on lately, you know? And that's because of people just, well, I don't know, like Cultaholic's still pulling views and shit, but the problem is like they're doing, like there was a big uptick in the surge of wrestling during the Bloodline stuff and everything, and everybody's watching the content, and then like they start making tons of money through, like, I don't know, whatever they're doing, YouTube, all the different platforms. And then I don't know what they expect. Like, you think that's going to last forever at the peak? You know, you have to, like, so many time and time again, you see people just upscale. Like, why the fuck does Cultaholic have that many people even working for them? That's fucking crazy, dude. They do like a podcast, they go to shows, they give opinion, they do like a news thing where they stand in front of a green screen and just read shit. You need like 4 people to do that. Now, if you're doing it and you're trying to compete with, we want to be as big as Wrestle Talk and shit, I mean, yeah, maybe you got to fucking hire 10 people, but I don't know why. It's like this weird thing people like Brendan Schaub in the Quartering do. It's like, why do you have all these people on staff? Like, you're fucking, you know, and you see this happen to so many people on YouTube. So, yeah, I hope Cultaholic pulls through, but getting back to the roots might be what, because that's all for their YouTube as well. Are they just giving up on YouTube and not doing YouTube as much? Or are they just like, we need to downsize the YouTube operation because the YouTube's not bringing as much in and shit like that? Now, you notice stuff like, obviously, there's lots of people right now who are doom and glooming YouTube right now. I don't know. I always stay optimistic about it, and I just look at things as ebbs and flows. And yeah, I don't know. That's just the way I look at it. For every YouTuber who's like, oh, my channel's under attack, or like I'm shadow banned, or like fucking, I swear the algorithm changed, it's like there's 10 more YouTubes who are like having banner years for their channel, you know? So if the shit's good, people will show up, and it's not a shame if you once got 100,000 views on everything and then you get 60,000 views on everything. Oh, we got to shut everything down. You know, it's like a privilege to be able to fucking upload shit you're passionate about and make money doing it. That's my opinion. Whatever. I'm not trying to preach to anybody. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was bad news for Cultaholic. That, ladies and gentlemen, was miscellaneous news.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
So who watched Punisher One Shot, or One Last Kill, but it's like the Punisher's one shot film, and it's called The Punisher One Last Kill. That shit fucking ruled. Why? So I think like FTR. So guys, right now we're watching AEW Dynamite, by the way, and I can get the card up here for you guys, so you can take a little ganda. But we have the Bucks who come out, and then Edge comes out in matching gear as them, which I thought was a nice touch, and the crowd popped a little bit. And then fucking Christian comes out not wearing the same gear, which I also thought was a funny touch, a nice touch. And he's going to continue to not like change his gear, because everybody's expecting him and Edge to come out in matching shit or like a throwback to their old shit or whatever. But he just comes out in the turtleneck. He's still just like an asshole, but he's just with Edge and like the good guys. I kind of dig it. Again, an 8-man tag, whatever. FTR's rocking some Hot Wheels inspired gear, I believe. Right? I'm pretty sure that's what it is. So again, we are watching Dynamite. We're going to get into some more news. We're going to get into some ratings wars, I think, up next. So Wrestle Arrival was saying some shit about Triller. Whatever's going on with Triller, let me know. The old cucks. Okay? Having a Young Bucks party match every week makes feel generic. Exactly what I'm saying. It's another 8-man, but it's like, I like what they're doing, but it's just the War Dogs with FTR, -1 War Dog. FTR's always done this since they've been in AEW. They just make a trio with whoever. I just wanted, what were you saying about Triller? I don't know if you're still in chat. We're going to get into more news, guys. TrillerTV owes us $5,092. What is, I can attest, Triller owes us over 2 years of payments. Fucking ridiculous. Fuck them. Elaborate. What are you talking about? Hit me up. DM me with some shit or something, dude. I'll check it in a month. No. But okay, that I scrolled way too far up. Okay, let's get into more news here. That's crazy though. Is that true? Because we're going to talk about that tonight a little bit. Yeah, let's get into, I want to get into ratings wars. I am just giving this match its due. Let me turn this up a little bit. Because we actually have Dynamite's attendance here as well. It's not so great. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, let's get into everyone's favorite new segment because it is the newest segment and it is called Ratings Wars. So AEW Dynamite tonight at Harris Cherokee Center in Asheville, North Carolina. 2,300 tickets distributed. And this was as of an hour ago. So they probably hit around, 2,350 or whatever. And I mean, again, that's not a great attendance. The last time they were there, they drew 3,400. And it's only half full in a 5,000 seater. Like when you book a 5,000 seater, it's like, good job, Tone, but then you can't fill it up. Is what it is, man. We move along in more attendance news. Double or Nothing so far. Actually, we might have a couple updates, but it's coming up here in a couple weeks. And the tickets distributed 13,000. Okay, rounding up. Now, the total number of seats on the map are 14,800. Last year's Double or Nothing only did 8,200 tickets. So, oh yeah, the Dynamite ratings, I give a trombone flop. I always forget my own bit. And then I'm going to ring the bell for Double or Nothing, like actually drawing what Raws were doing a few months ago, drawing what PLE should draw over 10K. And if it's your biggest show, one of them, your SummerSlam show, Double or Nothing, it should be drawing at least 12 to 15,000 is like a minimum. You know what I'm saying? So I ring the bell for that one. That is awesome. And I mean, they're gonna sell it out. Hey, if it's a fucking sellout, let's go. And that's at the Louis Armstrong Stadium in Flushing, NY. I'm sure they're hoping, and what will happen is MJF will win the fucking title back, and then they'll build up to the All-In match. So, again, he's not shaving his head. Sorry to blow up everyone's spot, but he's not shaving his head because those fucking hair plugs. It'll just ruin work that they did. He will not do that. Unless they're really not sticking and we just can't tell, because it looks like his are holding like really fucking well from what I can see on TV. But again, they could use paint. They hide John Cena as well in movies and shit. So unless they're really not holding and he's just like, I'm going to go fucking bald. I don't want to maintain this. They're telling me I need another operation or something. Ain't nobody got time for that. So unless he's really just going to go bald from now on, or it's just what I've thought since day one. Like Darby won it in Washington, right? In his hometown. And then MJF just wins it back. And then they just fucking carry it on into All In versus Ospreay or whatever the fuck they plan. A 4-way with Swerve and Ospreay and Omega and fucking whatever they plan on doing. Either way, I said it right when he dropped the title. Like, Tone will hot potato this thing around leading up to All In. And MJF's still going to go into that pay-per-view with the fucking title, but just good on him. And it's in NY. So you would think that Tone, like he did for Darby, again, he'll just give MJF like this moment in NY where he reigns supreme in y'all. And then he goes in all in with the belt, and then he can drop it again to fucking Ospreay or whatever, whoever they choose. But shout out AEW. That's a definite bell ring for doing a really solid PLE attendance. That's no joke. So Collision went down and they did the Fairway to Hell. I'm on a fairway to hell. And we'll talk about it a bit in AEW news. We talked about it a little bit before, I think on Memba Monday, or maybe it was the Saturday Backlash stream. I can't remember, but it looked really cool. And I've said this once and I'll say it again probably later tonight, but it reminded me of WCW around the pool. I wish it wasn't like Darby Allin and shit, but it was kind of cool. I'm not gonna lie, it had a vibe for sure. And like the screens, this is one thing I want to put over. The screens in the tunnel while the camera followed people out of like the tunnel or like the wall they had built, fucking brilliant. Like Tone was thinking of how it's gonna come across on TV, which is like bonus points, man. That was fucking W. Anyways, 933 it was set up for, and it sold out the 933. I don't know. I thought it kind of ruled. I made the joke, what leisurely activities should they do next? But if they go to a place with 933 and it moves all 933, and they give us something to talk about, let's give them something to talk about. I'm all for it. I'm here for it, Eric. Speaking of ticket sales and tickets that have been moving around before we get into the TV ratings, and we have a new contender in the ratings wars, man. WWE Monday Night Raw from Knoxville, Tennessee. They sold 9,500 tickets, probably with walk-ups at the least. They were set up for 10K. The last time they were there for SmackDown, though, they sold 14,600 tickets. And a lot of people, like this is a 21,000 seater, 21. And so a lot of people were pointing to this saying it's like a flop. Now, again, this shit outdrew last year's Double or Nothing. So I'm not like around 10K tickets you sold is fucking amazing. But WWE, we got to tighten it up. Tickets got to get a little cheaper. Okay, they have to. Oh, sorry, I keep forgetting my own goddamn bit. We're going to ring the bell for the Fairway to Hell, okay? We're going to give a trombone flop for this Raw, and I'm going to tell you why. The tarps were out. It was Tarpamania running wild. There's no other way you have 21,000 seats on the map, 2,200. And you know what I mean? You do fucking 10K people. The tarps are out, okay, guys? Was the crowd there? Yeah, all WWE crowds have seemed pretty well on, except for there was one like a couple weeks ago, I think, for SmackDown was kind of bad. But either way, crowds have been pretty good. But yeah, dude, SmackDown is like the worst show. The worstest show, man, selling like 6K tickets. And they sold like 14,500. Now, is like the WrestleMania hype died down a bit? Yes. Are the tickets getting were they getting a little ridiculous and are WWE correcting for that? Yes, absolutely. Look at SummerSlam. We covered it a few weeks ago. They've already adjusted. Now it's still an arm and a leg to go. However, the tarps were out. Let's fucking see the pics of that, you know? Now, am I shitting on 9,000 people? No. When AEW pulls off 4,000 people, am I shitting on that? I mean, no, but yeah, kind of, because it's like when you do 2 to 4K and then you're talking all this shit, man, about like Tone's got this money and Dave's lying about pay-per-view sales and making numbers up fucking 500,000 people on Max. It's just like, well, we don't see that in the attendance. So it deserves to be mocked a little bit. But again, WWE, it's not a fuck up, but you know, Tarpamania is running wild everywhere. So we move along. Double or Nothing. Yeah, so here's the update. They're at 13,222 sweet tickets. So, you know what I mean? They're growing. They're going to do a sellout for that. That's fucking awesome for them. Speaking of what's awesome and not awesome for AEW, you know, their ratings. Now, maybe there's a bunch of people watching on fucking HBO. Again, I don't buy it. But AEW Collision scored its lowest audience since January for last Saturday's episode. So again, I believe that's Fairway to Hell. I give the attendance and the concept and the visual of it. I rang the bell for the actual rating, a trombone flop. Okay. And shout out Raj Giri at the Raj Giri. It featured strong competition, though, from Backlash, as well as the NBA and NHL playoffs. Collision averaged 342K. I mean, not bad for all that competition for Collision, though. Do I have to revoke and ring the bell? That's actually not a bad rating, 0.05. Like, if TNA just did that 0 competition, we'd be like, oh, that fucking rules. I'm actually revoking the trombone flop. I'm actually going to ring the bell for this one. Ring, ding, dong. Ring a ding, 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 dong. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. So, these numbers don't include HBO Max simulcast, which, again, if we're to believe Famous Davis, right? He was saying that he heard it's like 20K across both shows all week on HBO Max if they're lucky. Someone credible, I guess, told him that, and I'm not sure how credible he is, but who knows, right? I'll talk to. I DM'd with him a little bit, but if he, the Bumbleclaw clan doing all these gay prison exercises. Oh, what are you guys gonna drop the soap next week? The fuck is going on? No, it's like you're all rich, you know? I don't want to see you guys, we're working out like we're in the dungeon, man. It's like you're all millionaires. The fuck out of here. So cringy. So the audience was the lowest since 124.26, which was the episode before Nielsen changed their methodology. The 18 to 49 rating was tied with 2 other episodes as the lowest since 124 show. Nielsen reportedly adjusted their formula once again at the end of April, which has resulted in lower numbers for wrestling shows. So fuck that. But I guess all the numbers are actually a little bit higher if we went back to old Nielsen, but then old Nielsen is still changed Nielsen than it was before. So whatever. They did 342. Okay. Collision ranked number 38 for the night in cable. Damn. I still give them a W because if TNA pulled this number, we'd be like, oh my God, it's fucking game over. You know, they just felt in Collision. Oh my God, they're cooked. So we move along here and we're talking about, because I want to talk about TNA and the newest contender. But first, we got to get Flutes in the chat for Dave Meltzer. First, let's read these Dynamite numbers, actually, and then we'll go to Dave Meltzer's explanation for the low Dynamite numbers. So with Nielsen apparently changing their formula again at the end of April, Dynamite on Wednesday scored its lowest audience since 121.26, which was the episode before the last Nielsen change. And I don't even think, this was this last one. As always, these numbers do not include the HBO Max. So Dynamite was number 9 on cable. So Dave goes, number 1 behind News and the playoffs, and then that's like 12 different shows, right? So tied with a Big Bang Theory rerun on Nick at Night. Used to love Nick at Night. What song is that again? Growing up, I used to watch Nick at Night. Hum to Allah, check in with me. Then do your job. Yeah, that's the one, dude. Here we go. Anyways, I knew it was something. I'm like, let me catch a flow here, guys. Let's go. Woo-hoo, right? All right. Anyways, I'm just spurging out here today. So Dave will always be like, that's, number 1 behind like all of the, like he'll say 3 things, but it's really like 12 things. Year over year, Dynamite was down 6% in total viewers, with the 18 to 49 being down 38%. Ooh. Last year's numbers were ranked using the old Nielsen panel only system, which was more favorable for wrestling shows. Okay. I like that Raj puts that in there, but he does this to like wipe the little bums of the little babies in the IWC and the little Davey, because Dave will be like, you're a fraud if you don't fucking include this, even though Dave doesn't include this shit, right? He'll call Raj out. You didn't include the fact that it was Nielsen switched up their methodology, even though Dave won't do that every single time he posts about it. But Raj at least does the courtesy in case it's your first time ever checking in with him. Then do your job. But yeah, dude, shout out Raj. But it's funny he's got to put this in there for the little babies in the IWC. And so a Big Bang Theory rerun tied with Dynamite. I mean, that's a huge trombone flop L. Okay, we just got to be honest about that. And it is what it is, man. 500, what was the number in 90K, like below 600K. And then you're down in the key demo, like 40%. That's stinky, buddy. But here's Dave Meltzer's spin on it. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's put some flutes in the chat. And I'm going to put a sad flute in the chat because Meltzer's very sad here. Okay, he's very, very sad. And he's coping, and he's seething, and he's maulding, and he's bawling, and he's crying. He's coping so hard. Right. And so Dave goes, Dynamite on Wednesday did 590K, 0.10. Collision, 429K, 0.07. This is what I'm saying, man. The AEW fan base is being whittled the fuck down. And it might be whittled up, which I don't even think that makes sense. But it might be the case that, the pay-per-views will all draw 10K, right? Like Double or Nothing's going to do a little bit over 10, but then like all the pay-per-views will draw 10K. Every show, Dynamite will draw about 3K. Not even though, that's being super generous, but let's just say 3K to be generous. And then both of our TV shows will draw 500K. It seems like it's being not whittled down, but like narrowed down and exposed to like what the maximum number of people are that are going to be watching this shit. You can kind of see right around. And then you have floaters who are like mostly just wrestling fans, WWE fans. They probably watch TNA as well. But then whenever AEW's doing something kind of cool, there's like 200 to 300,000 people who kind of float around for whatever wrestling show, just whatever's going on. It seems that way because even the key demo, but also like Nielsen's doing wonky shit. So who really knows if that's what's happening? My prediction is that it's not even that like, okay, they are growing in some aspects. They're shrinking in others, and they're really just narrowing down just their core audience, which is good. Roughly what their core audience will be, because it's good for things like Collision, because there might be an increase there, but it's bad for like Dynamite in the overall picture because that's a decrease there. If that makes any sense, okay? So, suffer Meltzer. So 5.18 million, 1.59. NHL did well. So listen to this cope, right? Nick's game, it's like, except it's like, Nick's game did giant numbers. 5.18 million, 1.59. Royce to 5.9K. What the fuck does that have to do with Collision? NHL did well in the time slot. Dynamite was behind Fox News, NBA, and NHL only. So Fox News is like, okay, 2 shows air before Dynamite's off air. And also, I believe didn't Collision go on right after Dynamite that week as well? Because this happened on May 8th. Collision was behind several other shows. Yeah, so was Dynamite, asshole. So again, Dave is just always coping.
Uh-oh, retard alert. Retard alert, class.
And so WWE had some ratings come in for Raw and SmackDown. I don't have the NXT one for whatever reason, but that it doesn't necessarily matter. I don't expect them to do anything crazy right now regardless, so they're getting their ass beat by Dynamite. You know, who knows? Maybe they beat that 590. Why don't I have it, though? I just get everything from the week. Let me just quickly look it up. I might as well. I don't want to give NXT its fucking due. WWE NXT ratings. Let's see. Let's go to ratings. I'm gonna sing until we see the rate. So NXT did 641K and then a 0.11 in the key demo. So it fucking bodied Dynamite, dude. Trombone flops for AEW for that what we just read. And then bell ring for NXT for what we just read. So SmackDown garnered its best audience so far since Nielsen apparently changed blah, blah, blah. SmackDown averaged 1.279 million viewers, up 11%, with a 0.29 in the key demo, up 16%. SmackDown was number 2 on television in primetime and then in the 18 to 49 demo, only behind an NHL playoff game on TNT. The show also faced strong competition with NBA playoffs on Amazon Prime. Year over year, SmackDown was down 12% in total viewers, while the 18 to 49 was down 29%. I mean, it is playoff time. And then Raw, the views were the lowest since February. The show scored 2.7 million views globally, down 4%, with 4.6 million hours viewed, down 12%. The views were the lowest since 2/16/26, while the hours viewed were the lowest since January. The show ranked number 8 for the week in the U.S. on Netflix, down from 6. And down 7 globally, whatever. Backlash was like the number 1 trending thing in Canada. The following by Monday and shit, it was number 1 still through Sunday and Monday in Canada, and in TV shows or whatever. So, just a little tidbit, a little anecdote there from your boy Philly Phil. So yeah, I don't know, man. What do I give these ratings? I give a neutral. I give a neutral fucking.
He had a Cuervo with him the whole time too.
Right? Like it's not good. It's not bad. The playoffs are on, so you got to expect a lot of these shows to take hits. But again, I think consistently we've seen SmackDown and Raw just be a little bit lower. I saw people saying that the Gingerbread Man is a draw as well because some ratings indicate that it was the highest rated shit or there's some metric. I don't know. I just give it a neutral because playoffs are on. And again, I do factor that into the AEW ratings, but the problem is that it's so wonky. Like the way the key demo just jumps up and down for Collision and the way it like moves days and shit. It's just like, you got to just take it what it is. I do that with SmackDown and everything else. I think it's fucked that SmackDown doesn't get 2 million viewers. It feels like the more boring show for sure out of the two. Raw's consistently been pretty good. There's lots of good stuff on Netflix though right now. I think anyways, I don't know. Maybe you're a pussy and you get triggered by the roasts or whatever, but speaking of WWE and AEW, both were featured at the Up Fronts. Okay. So a lot of people are fucking triggered about the Upfronts.
Let's talk about it.
And every year it's like, oh, the Upfronts. So WWE, Disney Plus, the ESPN Upfronts. Cody Rhodes was there repping WWE. And, they had Pat McAfee there as well. There's Rosario Dawson, right? From everything. Fucking every movie. No, she does a lot of stuff, but Ahsoka Tan. And I'm just distracted, dude, because Brian Cage returned. Or did he come back before? I don't know. It's good to see that guy, man. He's been fucking gone for a long time. So yeah, Rosario Dawson's in this motherfucker, and yeah, Cody Rhodes was there repping WWE, and then Andrew Baydala posted this, right? So Andrew Baydala has this to say. Yes, AEW was mentioned in picture today during the 2026 WBD upfront. No, you shouldn't keep looking for things just to have a gotcha moment. Yes, the entire thing felt strange. Yes, you should enjoy your life. Now back to your regularly scheduled programming. So AEW was shown, I guess, at the upfronts. Now, I saw like Nick LoPiccolo, I think, again, like mixing it up with people about these upfronts. And he talked about it, and what happened was like a bunch of bots fucking swarmed him. I think he was talking about upfronts. I'm not sure, but like, again, maybe this should be in like AEW news. Yeah, we'll talk about this, but he just got like swarmed with the most obvious bot shit ever. It was like I literally can't even believe it. I'm actually like shocked. But anyways, they were featured as well. I guess AEW were featured at the upfront, so good for them. They're doing good things, and hopefully they can stick around, and hopefully this is a show of solidarity, and maybe Nick LoPiccolo blowing up everybody's spot backfires, and who fucking knows, right? Time will tell. Can't say anything definitively yet, but I'm down with it. Speaking of down with it, down with the sickness. And so, in chat, no, they weren't. There was a banner as part of their cable programming. That's it. Yeah, well, they were featured though. Like they were at least put on a banner. I remember some years they weren't even brought up or anything. There was nothing for them. So that's good. But and does it mean something like Cody Rhodes hanging out with Ahsoka Tano and fucking you know what I mean? Like at Disney holding the title with ESPN for Getty Images and shit? No, it doesn't. But I'm just showcasing that. It was just a talking point, people wanted to bring it. It's like good for them. I don't know. Maybe it lit a fire under people's ass. Whatever. In my humble opinion, nothing Warner Bros. Do right now matter other than some of their shows and movies that do well, because they are they're going to sell all their shit. So what matters is things like that don't matter to me. What matters is just like, does Acme versus, or I think another studio bought that. So like, does James Gunn's next movie do really well and shit? That's all they got to care about, right? Try and get as much money as they can out of this deal. Oh my God. I don't like how they just laugh when Kevin Knight. Are you guys watching Dynamite? Shout out fucking Kevin Knight and shout out Brian Cage. Fucking Knight does a suicida through the fucking ropes, a suicide dive. And he's so light and he bounces off brick shithouse Brian Cage and like flips almost upside down, but he's able to like hold on to Brian Cage's rock solid bod and like safely land. So it was a botch, but it was like really cool. And it was essentially Brian Cage just like shrugging off a dive. And I just think the psychology and the selling in this match has been really fucking good. So shout these guys out. Okay. We have two more things to talk about, guys. And here, this is the screen grab of Kick. Go and check me out. 8 followers, Pro Wrestle Times. Support your boy Phil. Kick.com/Pro Wrestle Times. If you guys are on there, I don't know. There'll be gaming stuff on there. And also, just whenever I go on Twitch, I'm also going to go simulcast to Kick. And then also, I do the live shows over there because Again, YouTube is iffy. They don't make you edit shit out, whatever. There's all this doom and gloom about WWE sniping content creators, so Kick won't do that. And yeah, shout out Kick, I guess. I'm super new to the platform. I don't know what you do. Do you give it a heart or whatever? Do whatever you guys do over on Kick to make people see this shit, you know? So there's a new contender, all right, who kicked TNA's ass. And now the talk is who's number 3 again, with AEW slightly edging Dave Meltzer every time they put Young Bucks in a match, but also slightly edging out NXT in the ratings and obviously beating TNA consistently here, whereas some people thought they may have caught up, which TNA is not out of the race. Like, they have all the potential in the world to still catch up to and kick Collision's ass a few times. That's for sure. However, Raj Giri again reports, with Nielsen apparently changing their formula again, blah, 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 blah. Impact averaged 164K viewers, down 22% from the prior week, with a .02 in the key demo, down 33%. Again, there are playoffs, but holy fuck. That is crazy. That's fucked. So Impact averaged 164K. We read that. As always, these numbers do not include AMC Plus or Impact Plus. The NHL playoffs topped the night in cable in prime time in the 18 to 49 demo. Impact also faced competition from the NBA playoffs, which aired on Amazon Prime. So, yeah, I gave it a trombone flop. That is definitely a flop. But NWA, they talked about how they were going to be on this new shit called Comet. Okay, and NWA posted this, and nobody's like verified this. Nobody's fact checked this or sourced this. Like, no other credible person has backed this up. People are tagging Brandon Thurston and being like, accurate. I'd be happy if I was wrong about this and shit, right? And Switchblade and other people were like, dude, nobody credible has sourced this. So who fucking knows if this is legit? But on Comet, allegedly, okay? We're going to put a fucking allegedly. NWA Power on Comet, which is some shit I've never heard of, by the way. The numbers are in, and Nielsen reports just an even 275K even.
Are you sure about that?
I don't know about that, buddy. 275K households tuned into the May 2 episode of Power on Comet TV. The episode marked the National Wrestling Alliance's long-awaited return to broadcast television. It's on Saturdays at 4 Eastern. Thank you to great. That's like fucking who's watching it? Retirees? What time is that? Like Pacific time in the States? Like 2 or fucking 3 p.m.? Like, that's early as shit on a Saturday. Thank you, great fans around the world, for inviting the NWA into their homes on Watch Comet. Stay tuned for more hard-hitting pro wrestling action. At Watch Comet has 11K followers, man. What they're doing. Now, here's the thing. Like, in AEW news, we're going to talk about them going to Roku and all this stuff, which is cool as fuck. But, hey, they are going to be on my AEW. Like, it's just confirming what Nick LoPiccolo was saying, in my opinion, dude. We're going to get into that. But shout out NWA. I'm going to ring the bell because all the fuck I got to say is NWA. You can do the math yourself. I'm fucking with Dre. Okay. We're going to ring the bell for this one. And, yeah. So they kicked TNA's ass, and there's been a lot of cope, and this is what we needed. We need NWA in the mix now. Now it's MLW's got to step up because they got some former Fed stars, and they could really make shit happen, okay? And that, ladies and gentlemen, was Ratings Wars. So ladies and gentlemen, hit like, hit subscribe, hit heart, hit retweet. You can super chat in, you can become a member or gift a membership or join patreon.com/pro wrestle times if you want to support, or just hit like or whatever. Just show some love. Show some love. Okay, and then from Arrival Wrestling, I see your DM, which I will read on the air. And we will do some AEW news and whatnot. First, let's check in with TNA. Just quickly. So just quickly, I'm just going to like copy this text. I see your DM for. Thank you for that. I'm going to read what you DM me. Okay. We will do that when we get to AEW news and we talk about this Triller stuff, which we're going to do right away. But first, let's head on over here and let's get our banjos and aces and eights in the chat for TNA news, guys. We don't have a lot at all of this, but TNA has changed the start time of Slammiversary on June 28th. We talked about this a little bit, I think, on Memba Monday or whatever, but 3 p.m. Eastern, they back down. They fucking back down, and then they get up again. You're never gonna keep us down. AEW, New Japan, CMLL, Stardom, Forbidden Door starts at 8 p.m. TNA's avoiding going head-to-head. If I was them, I would not have backed down. I would have just stayed in my lane, did my own thing, fuck them, see what they could draw, you know? And then in other TNA news, Dixie Carter turned down several invitations to appear on and be interviewed for Dark Side of the Ring's 3-part episode on TNA and Jeff Jarrett. And it's funny because you would think that she would want to be on camera the way she was in fucking TNA,
come on now, Eric,
which helped ruin the shit in a lot of ways. It's funny because she knows she's going to get buried and get asked questions and have to really fucking defend herself.
Are you sure about that?
I am, John Cena. I know, or she knows she's going to get called out for the Vince Russo emails. And you know, Vince Russo, bro, let me tell you, Vince Russo was e-fapping on Patreon one of my videos, and we've been DMing a little. Let me tell you, I invented Pro Wrestle Times. That's a shoot, brother. I was DMing a little bit with Vince Russo, bro. Let me tell you, this Phil Marks is a fucking mark, bro. If he ran a federation, bro, let me tell you, I hand to God, bro, he would book himself as World Championship Wrestling champion, bro. So you know, she's gonna have to answer for like the Vince Russo emails stooging that they were fucking going back and forth after everybody told her not to do it. So she doesn't want to appear on that shit. And yeah, shout out Dark Side of the Ring. I'm excited for this season. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was the TNA news. Let's get into now. We're gonna go over to AEW news, okay, guys? There's quite a bit. There is quite a bit. And actually, I want to bookmark this because we have the Stadium Stampede teams. Will Ospreay. Ladies and gentlemen, someone who knows, let's see, Kevin Pierpont for 2 sweet says, Comet, live air sci-fi horror channel, 95K average. So they drew 275K on their fire. Come on, man. I don't buy that. Thank you, Kevin, for looking that up for us. But like, I don't buy that for one.
Tell us what you know, you goddamn liar!
Oh my God. 95K average. So, ladies and gentlemen, speaking of knowing about Will Ospreay, Chris Jericho. She's a good girl gone bad. Oh, sorry, guys. Just singing along. Don't mind me. Ladies and gentlemen, Ichi Nisanda for AEW news. And of course, the best guy is Tony Khan. And we do have some cringe tone. Actually, let me do Tony Khan watch. I did earlier before I came on the air, and we do have a little tone cringe, but it's not like the same old thing. It's like a throwback tone cringe. And I don't think, no, he did not go live before this one. Okay. So, ladies and germs, speaking of going on the live, the Young Bucks have been going on BTE, which is recorded. It's not live. And BTE is like a dead show. Okay. And they've been going on here and just like revealing some shit, such as that Triple H wanted to sign them back in 2018. And of course, they tried to go to WWE, I think, in like 2022 or 2020. Yeah, I think it was like 22 or 23. That's the rumors, right? Then they signed the NBA level deals. And I think we have a couple clips from BTE, but here are them fantasy mark booking them wrestling the New Day. And I think it will happen. We will get the Bucks versus New Day at All In.
We truly were trying to get a New Day Young Bucks Kenny match to happen, an Elite versus New Day match, actively. Like they said they were trying on their side. We were definitely talking to, our bosses. Yeah. Even to the point in 2018 when we got on the phone with Triple H and we talked to him and said, hey, we would really like to do this match. And I don't know if he was necessarily interested in just doing that match. I think he was more interested in pursuing us, to work for him. But we talked to him about it. So, we were serious about doing the match. And we thought we'd probably be able to do it. And unfortunately, we never did. We truly were trying to get a...
So, yeah, I'm not sure if we'll see it at All In 100%, but I'm willing to bet Tone makes a play for it. How do you not make a play for it? You know what I mean? And I think there's another clip from the Bucks. Pardon the scroll and Let me see here. No, that might be the only one. You're not the one, but you're the only one. No, yeah, that was the only one. I think we we might have played it on the other show. Either way, doesn't matter. We move along here because Zilla Fatu explains why he has zero interest at all in signing with Tony Khan and AEW.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
Shout out Ringside News for this story. And so Zilla Fatu had this to say. He goes, come on, hello. Or what did he say? After the interview. Okay. Fatu immediately shut the idea of going to AEW down. And he says, no, I think my heart is with the E right now. Yeah, 100%. Yeah. So I'm not going to break that cycle. Just talking about his family and what they've done for WWF. Come on, hello. And then not only that, I got unfinished business as far as my dad's legacy to fulfill. So that's why. Yeah, that's why. So I want to go over there and turn the shit up and, at the same time, build my own brand. So I guess the headline extrapolated from Bootleg Kev was like, he'll never go to AEW or Ringside News. But again, he wants to be a superstar, a household name. He wants legacy. He wants the long-term money and all that shit. So that's why he's going to do that. We move along here. And holy, there's just a bunch in here. I don't even know where to start with all of this. But the Fairway to Hell went down. And again, here's a quick look. I think we looked at it on Saturday, but I mean, it looked cool. And then also when Moxley was coming out, or maybe it wasn't Moxley, but just whoever was coming out the tunnel with the screens. I love that because it showed me that because they were like hidden behind the walls. That wasn't for the fans. It was for the fans, like, because I'm sure they show it on a screen somewhere in the building. So it's for the fans, I guess, for that little amount of time. But they are there, obviously, just for the live experience and to see the wrestlers up close and personal. He's irresistible up close and personal. Isn't that that's a song too, right? Or did I just make that one up? No. Irresistible to me. Is that the lyrics though? I might just be making shit up. But that showed me that Tone or whoever was in charge of that was thinking about the viewers at home, people watching at home. How can we look different and cool and whatever? You see people walk through Gorilla, whatever. WWE has that down. So AEW's like, hey, we'll have this like sort of video tunnel type shit. And I just thought that was cool. Anyways, points for whoever was in charge of that. And one thing they did creatively, though, that got people a little worked up, and particularly JD from NY, go, was another open challenge. So No DQ posts that Kevin Knight responds to criticism of his open challenge segment that has been scheduled for AEW Dynamite. I thought that match was cool. I thought it was pretty goddamn good. I think Brian Cage should be winning and beating Kevin Knight. But again, he's older. So is that what they want to do? I don't know, but maybe Lex Luger knows.
I don't know.
Me neither. Didn't think you did, bud. Maybe Scott Steiner knows. Well, that's just rude, Scott. But either way, Kevin Knight did an open challenge. He successfully retained against Brian Cage. And JD from NY goes, he goes, hey, guys, this is such an ingenious idea. I've never seen it before. I'm so excited about this brand new concept that could shape the landscape of professional wrestling television for months and years to come. Come. I'm just getting started. Go. Come. You first. Oh. And then Kevin Knight responded at Jet2Fly with 2 Y's. That's how fly he is, dude. And he goes, I agree. We appreciate the love. Fingers crossed. And so is that a shot at AEW's creative, or is that him just showing like, hey, I'm cool with whatever criticism? I don't know, but Kevin Knight's good shit. And yes, we need to stop with open challenges all the fucking time. At least with the John Tenental Classic, it's like they could have brought back the King of the Ring, but they're trying something new again. I'm not going to knock it until we see how it plays out, because Taboo Tuesday was the shit when it first started, and these fucking tournaments are awesome when they first become a thing. And the King of the Ring had longevity, and it just, what killed its momentum was just bringing it back and then it going away again willy-nilly. That's what fucked up the King of the Ring and the aura that the King of the Ring has/had. So I think that you got to give things a chance, but open challenges, obviously Tone was going to do what everyone does, what WWE does on SmackDown. Oh, it's going to be a AAA guy. It's going to be a returning guy. It's going to be a one-off. It's going to be fucking just some lower guy on the card who's like in the tag division, and then he has a really good showing, you know, like it's the same fucking thing, and it kind of stinks, and everybody gets open challenges in AEW. I just, to put that aside though, I think Cage and Knight had a really good match, and it didn't go on super long, so I'm glazing that match a lot tonight. But otherwise, like, crowd is just fucking dead for this Ospreay match. Like, they couldn't give a fuck. You know, and speaking of responding to fans and just not giving a fuck, and in fairness, somebody pointed this out. They were like, oh, come on now, Phil, that's not very fair. They pointed out that the person MJF's responding to is somebody who readily admits, like, they've never watched AEW. So I did put out a tweet responding to this where I was like, MJF, like, bruh's got to learn that everybody already tried watching AEW and they don't. But and they don't want to watch it anymore. Everybody's given it a shot already, right? But somebody I saw was like, nah, dude, that's like, in fairness, this guy said he's never watched AEW. So okay, maybe give AEW a chance. But MJF responded to this person who goes, I've never watched a single episode of AEW, yet somehow MJF is one of my favorites. So to me, the reason it didn't register is like, because how the fuck have you never seen an episode of Dynamite? But MJF's your favorite. Liar! So you saw him in what then? In the fucking Adam Sandler movie he was in the background of? The blink and you miss it moment where he stood in front of Zac Efron for 1 second? Like, when I read that, it's like, I don't even believe what you're saying.
Tell
so
us what you know, you goddamn liar!
It just doesn't register with me. Oh yeah, they genuinely have never, whatever. But what I was responding to more is MJF's plea. Why? Well, because it's social media and it's in the public, and it's for the public to see, or else you're not posting it. You'd fucking DM them, you know? But MJF goes, I've got a fucking crazy idea. Watch the show with me on it tonight at 8 p.m. EST on TBS or streaming on HBO Max. If you don't like a product, try an alternative. Mind-blowing. Oh, yeah, but this person said that Triple H, please figure out what he needs and get him to WWE, and then remove the PG tag. And it's just like, that's a bot. Like, that's somebody, and we're going to prove. Well, I mean, I didn't do shit to prove this, right? Everybody already knows this. And also, as I mentioned earlier in the show, Time Cop, Nick LoPiccolo had like a weird, there was like a bot spurg out session where they had like copy and paste, like word for word, exact same responses to one of his posts or whatever. So I want to show you guys that. Let me actually get that pulled up, because I don't believe this is even a real person. And I'm not trying to undermine whatever, but just like someone taking shots at WWE, which is fine. People do that. The PG tag. Okay. Like, you don't watch WWE either. This is just like where some account that's just trying to like garner retweets for like blue check money or some shit. I have no clue. I just want to find this post because it was actually crazy. Like, this should almost be in the sicko segment. Yeah, it's right here. So again, this could be beep, boop, beep activity, because we head over here to Nick LoPiccolo's timeline. And I tweeted this out in response. I go, I haven't seen this many angry bots since the last time I watched Transformers. Guys, But seriously, this is crazy as fuck. So like, look at this. He got, in response to him being like, AEW being in a banner at the upfronts doesn't matter or some shit, right? Like he's just felting AEW. It's what he does. And so Nick LoPiccolo gets these responses like, and these are obviously bot accounts, man. Like you can just tell by the usernames, right? Like, how much Coke cost, LOL. Ratings down, don't matter, PPV global. This is Coke article, LOL. This is Coke article, LOL. Bro, this is a fucking bot that like used AI to put its bot tweet out, and it just takes 5 keywords. What do they say about Nick LoPiccolo? Cocaine, and he had an article come out about him recently. This is Coke article. Right? Like, this is crazy bot activity. Tony already won. Fedbot crying, LOL. I mean, what? Maybe that one's real. I don't fucking know. Nobody knows 2027 but you crying. Nobody knows 2027 but you crying.
Uh-oh, retard alert. Retard alert, class.
Robot alert. You sound crazy, LOL. So look, it's like the same shit. Hold on, let's see. Ratings don't matter, UFC same. What? Ratings don't matter because cable. All caps too. It's Ric Flair. It's my side gig. Woo! It's Ric Flair tweeting in all caps. Like, this is some AI bot farm shit, bro. Tony has options. Like in his dating life, or nobody knows 2027 but you made point. What is this? Nobody knows 2027 but you made point. And then look at this. Nobody knows 2027 but you crying. You guys know what I'm saying? That's clearly like AI prompt to tweet out. And it's like new technology that just isn't there yet. And someone hired a fucking bot farm like this. You know, I make fun and we laugh about like conspiracies and shit in the idea, but like, come on, man. Is that not just so egregiously obvious of bot fucking activity? So when someone puts out a tweet like this and then MJF goes and signal boosts it like this, and they're like, I've never seen AEW once, but MJF is my favorite.
That's great.
Fuck are you talking about? You know? It just doesn't even seem real. I mean, Ryan Coogler, hit me up, dude. I got an episode of the fucking... He's rebooting X-Files, right? Pretty sure it's him. Either way, we move along. And so we have some news here. Again, just roster news, creativity news in AEW. As of April, AEW sources... April, May. So listen to this bullshit. Listen to this horse shit right here from Fightful. As of April, AEW sources spoken to believe that Big Bill's deal was set to expire at the end of May or the start of June. Well, isn't the end of May the start of June?
Best guys, Tony Khan.
The fuck's going on here? His deal was set to expire at the end of May or the start of June. Isn't that like the same thing?
Stupid idiot.
So that's courtesy of Fightful. Shout them out. And this is Wrestle Purists here by way of Wrestle Purists. And so as of April, so listen to this though. Like, how crazy is this? As of April, his deal was set to expire at the end of May or maybe the start of June. Then why didn't you say it in April? What the fuck?
Exactly,
man?
no pop.
The sheets have just been cooked and they're scared to go out on a fucking limb. Let me check in with chat here. They're scared to go out on a limb because they've been getting felted so much recently. I think that shit's hilarious. Oh yeah, and then we got the names for the Stadium Stampede teams. Let me read these off first, and then I'll check them with chat. And I also have here the names of who's in the Owen Hart tournament here as well. So let me actually pull all of this up. Boom. Okay, so quickly here, the 2026 Owen Hart Foundation Tournament men's bracket: Samoa Joe versus Will Ospreay, Mark Davis versus Jungle Jack Perry, which is a rematch, I think, and I'm pretty sure, right? And then also Davis has the national title. Swerve Strickland versus Bandito, Claudio Castagnoli versus Brody King. Early predictions, who gives a fuck? You know, maybe Will Ospreay, but he always jobs, so it won't be him. It'll be like it'll be King or Davis, I bet. It'll be someone we're not expecting like that. So we move along from that. And then the names for the Stadium Stampede, chat. Are you ready? Jericho, Hurt Syndicate, Kenny Omega, Young Bucks, and Jack Perry versus the Demand, Andrade, Mark Davis, and the Dogs. So again, it's not just like the Callis family has been beating everybody's ass, and that's why these good guys all unite and go, we're taking them out, or whatever the fuck. Now, I know they've kind of done that with the Death Riders, but I don't know. It's two of the Dogs, two of the three Dogs, and then the Gates of the Demand, and then Mark Davis from the Callis family, and then Andrade, who I guess is Callis family as well. Right? And then you have two guys from Hurt Syndicate, and I guess it's just been them, like MVP wrestled now and again. Jack Perry, because they ain't got nothing for him. And it's just like, oh, I lost my belt to Mark Davis, so I guess I'm in this match. And then Omega, because they ain't got nothing for him. How the fuck don't you have anything for Omega? Then the Bucks, who are just in 18-man tags every week. And then Jericho. Because, let's face it, Judas in his mind. Okay, sorry. Now I'll check in with chat. Because we're about to get into some Swerve Strickland cope here. Then we're going to get into the fun stuff, guys. So Lincoln Hawk's been a member for 22 months. Too sweet. Hey, PWT, sorry I'm late. And does anyone else think that? Don't be sorry, buddy. Does anyone else think that Mason Rook looks like a smaller version of the Blob from the X-Men cartoon? Dude, I made that joke. Okay? So I also made a Blob Conrad Thompson joke. So yes, I did notice that too. He looks like X-Men Evolution, the Blob, essentially. And then Lincoln Hawk for two sweet. Hashtag Ken Bot lives. Dude, the bots are everywhere, dude. Thank you so much, dude, for all the support. I acknowledge you, Lincoln Hawk.
Acknowledge me.
Lincoln Bot, am I right, fellas? And then my terrible fucking Transformers joke. What's chat saying? Picking Ospreay to win the Owen Hart tournament. I just don't think so because he always loses shit. Like he never actually wins. He's like the Tommy Dreamer of AEW so far. Every match has to be 50-50. No Moxley in the Owen. The fighting Philly Mousekowitzes. Ace Austin sucks. Oh, come on. That's not very fair. I'm the Botinator. Okay, guys. Let's continue along with some stuff. I guess we're going to like work our way up to the craziness because there's crazy shit, tone cringe, but I do want to talk about Swerve S. Strickland. So Joe's coming out. Let's so Joe's just gonna stand there with the ops or what? The operators or what? Yeah, you got to give Joe his due here. I'm just listening to him call out bruv. So stay locked in. I'm still here, chat. See, just like that, Joe gets them chanting for Ospreay, some shit he doesn't do on his own. And look at how Bowens looks like $1 million, dude. Fuck. See, Joe, like, I want him or Ospreay to win the whole thing. Just because, like, accolade them up, man. Joe's primo on the promos, too. Primo on the promos. So that match is at Double or Nothing, the tournament opener at the pay-per-view. It's a good way to just get a match on a card, I guess, even though Tone will do that regardless of if it's a good way or not. Just giving Joe his due, chat. We got to, you know. It's just such a random group. The Ops are such a random group. Like Joe and Shibata, I'm like, all right, I can get behind that. Hook, it's like, I don't know about all that. Death Riders. Okay, let's get back into news with the fucking Death Riders, bro. What are we doing? So, ladies and germs in chat. Let's get into some more news. Okay, so Swerve Strickland, AEW superstar, he posted this, and a lot of people are like, dude, it's just his character and stuff, and he's going to be in the Owen Hart tournament, and say what you will, but you have to have self-awareness. Like, whenever people in AEW tweet some shit like this, people just assume it's something bad, all right? 99% of the time, but he tweets this out at Swerve Confidence, says, time to start asking questions why Swerve ain't on TV. And then I just tweet this out when I see it. And maybe I go a little harsh here, but I'm like, this is why ball kissing never pays off. Either he's serious and Tony's tired of this old toy, or he's leaning into some angle that nobody gives a shit about right now. Because we're not seeing it on TV. And he deleted this. And Ricochet deleted his response as well. So, you know what I mean? Like, the problem is that they cried wolf so many times. No, it's not even cry wolf. That's a bad analogy. But do you know what I mean? Like, enough people legitimately have come out and been like, this is bullshit. Top to bottom. And for people who don't think it's just people who are fired. No, Moxley went on his wife's podcast and fucking buried the locker room. Kenny Omega said I wouldn't have hired 80% of you guys. Like, the fucking top to bottom. Okay? From day one. People have come out and could just complain about this shit or been like, why aren't I on TV? Or like Deanna Perez was like, they put a belt on me and I'm fucking in a commercial for because I went back to college, man. I love college. Hey, and I love wrestling. Hey, but Tony loves Joshi's. Hey, but not even really. He just says he does. Hey. But yeah, I say, are the sickos going to turn on Swerve too, if this is real? Why doesn't he just take his money, sit down on the bench, shut up, and be happy? Because this is what would happen. This is what they say about everybody who claims they're unhappy. And so I just felt the need to fucking highlight this. Like, whether or maybe this is fake and he's trying to hype up his match. Okay, well, nobody gives a shit because it's not on your fucking TV show. And you're talking about, why aren't you on TV? And you should be, with all the fucking bragging and ball kissing you're doing about Tone lets us do whatever we want and shit. He literally said that shit on a football field, okay? And then they never got a Fox deal. It's the shit I'm talking about. So don't blame me for being like, for just going, I object, sir. Right? Same story, same company, different wrestler, different week. And I don't know. Some people were like, oh, come on now, Phil, that's not very fair. He's just doing his character. All right. Maybe he is, but we've seen so many people not do their character and it be serious that and people going, you're getting worked. And like, maybe, yeah. And hopefully AEW can change the way people view the way the wrestlers are on Twitter. Because actively right now, we have Butcher and the Blade begging to get booked on fucking indies and for AEW shows. We have fucking Deonna Purrazzo and some of these other ladies begging to get booked. We had Lyra Valkyrie. We had Taya Valkyrie sticking up for herself not getting booked, and then her and her husband are both kind of like, hey, we'd like to be used more. You know what I'm saying? So fuck me for not knowing the difference when Ray Phoenix is like, dude, I was treated inhumane and all the way back to the Big Swole days, right? So that's just the perception, and so that shit blew up. And if it wasn't a negative, and if what I'm saying isn't true, then Swerve wouldn't have deleted his shit, whether it's a work or not, and whether I'm being worked or not. And I'm the first one to fucking work me, daddy. No. You guys get the point. So Swerve Strickland, maybe you don't. Maybe I'm getting into freaky deaky territory for you, but this is courtesy of AEW Fans Said What on Twitter at AEW Fans. L says the ex-WWE to AEW wrestler handbook. Sign a huge overpaid deal you aren't worth with Khan to stick it to the Fed. Well, that's not why they do it. Just to be devil's advocate or fence sit and Phil here. They sign a huge deal you aren't worth with Khan because Khan is a fucking money mark. It's not to stick it to the Fed. Like, some of these people got fired. Don't forget, okay? So, but this person is at AEW Fans L. So obviously they're going to, that's an e-drone, right? Essentially, right? That's an account that, and shout them out. I'm just saying that's an account where you're like, all right, they just hate AEW. So perform an underdraw everywhere you go, but praise Khan every chance you get. Exactly. And that's sort of what I was pointing out. Like, just the ball kissing route. It just, you get egg on your face with this shit. And Moxley and these guys have been open and honest about, they've been honest about like the locker room's bitchy and we got NBA level deals, so we stuck around. Like, they've all said shit like that. So we know what it is, but no, he's not a money mark. Like, what are you fucking sure about that? Get benched when you're not his favorite toy anymore. Absolutely true. Complain on social media. Absolutely true. But Swerve Strickland deletes the tweet questioning, and then he cut it in a promo that he did. But again, it was like an Instagram promo. So it's not on your show. It's an Instagram promo. It's not on your show, bro. Oh, you're a poet and didn't know it. Oh, right? You got to put that shit on your show, bro. So that's what I meant too by a shitty angle no one gives a shit about. Like, and again, I was just typing like fucking calling the shit out. I've elaborated enough on this show. Like, when you're doing this fucking Instagram shit like Tony Khan, who's that for? Like, what is that? Yeah, I don't know. I've said it so many times, but like, what is this? Why isn't this on your TV show? Oh, Osprey's angry and he really wants a match. Well, okay, show that to me on your TV show, then show me the match later. Like, who the fuck are you talking to on your live? So that's the thing with Swerve, right? So he deletes the tweet. He puts out a vague tweet, and then he fucking deletes it, and then he does like an Instagram promo where he's like, oh, they're afraid to put me on TV because this and that. It's just stupid. So anyway, Swerve feels talent today are getting signed before they've mastered their craft. Oh, my God.
That's great.
Self-awareness. Right? Like, for Swerve to say this, it is so fucking ironic for him to say this, because that's literally the criticism levied towards him.
Oh my God, it's the greatest thing I've ever seen.
So Swerve goes, especially wrestling now is different. It's a different world than when I was coming up. I didn't have VHS tapes to trades, but I still had to get DVDs and shop my stuff, emails to promoters. So the same as today, where you send emails and hire someone to do a video edit and shit. Now it's like you can go viral. Now you can be on TV or getting a contract just from going viral. Come on. It's kind of like Hit Row. The grind to travel all over the place. I wouldn't say it's not warranted. You still need it as a performer. I think everybody's getting contracts before they master their craft first. And in fairness, like Swerve Strickland is a tremendous pro wrestler, but come on, man. Come the fuck on, man. He got this big ass contract and position in AEW because he was like the leader of Hit Row that was getting pushed really hard in WWE. And Tone knows that. And yes, Swerve is an excellent wrestler. He does got some aura. He does put the work in. He bulked up when everybody said he was too small, all sorts of things. So I do give him his credit, but like he has not drawn, dude. He really hasn't. A bunch of these guys, like the guys who cope and say shit like this, and Will Ospreay, bruv, they have not proven that they can come together and draw and do shit that fucking blows up, like even in a way where everyone can objectively go, this is blowing up right now. Like this shit is the best shit on wrestling TV right now. So he's like, oh, well, no, this is good. They are telling a story. You know, that's all it is every time. It's like just doing the, and then you give a shit like with Orange Cassidy and the conglomerate and stuff like that. When everybody collectively is like, this ain't working. This don't do anything. Why are you doubling, tripling down on this? So, yeah, Swerve is like, before you get the audience, the likes, the clicks, the retweets, you've got to hone in on your craft first. Because as quick as you get it is as quick as you'll lose it if you're not good enough and experienced enough to keep carrying it. So master the craft first. So again, like a Roman Reigns, he's talking about like a CM Punk, like a Drew McIntyre, like a Cody Rhodes, like a John Cena, like an AJ Styles, like a Finn Balor, right? Like Kenny when he was peaking Nuge against Okada, I'd argue. He was on like a run of legit fucking matches where where Kenny was like, you know, he is solid enough where he can go and have a match with Gabe Kidd or he has a banger on a pay-per-view for sure. But it's like Kenny was objectively doing some fucking good shit in Japan at that time. They were drawing more and whatnot. And it was because he was on a run of like killer matches and like telling a story, selling the same shit. Him and Okada had this whole thing with their trilogy as well, where they just built up to it really well. And Meltzer did the infamous 7 stars because he knew he could get away with that shit. And yes, was he overhyped? Is 7 stars like the most redacted shit ever?
Uh-oh, yeah. Retard alert! Retard alert, class!
Absolutely, but it is what it is. But yeah, Swerve, I don't know, man. People levy this criticism towards him. I just feel like he was coping a bunch here in these interviews. And one thing he said about WWE, he said that he met Obafemi at the gym and said, if I had the pen, your debut would be winning that belt. Put him in main events. Perception is everything. People will buy it, but they got to see it. So again, man, if they put the belt on Obafemi, would I be like, they shouldn't have done that? No. Absolutely not. Is there a way did Goldberg win the belt on his debut? Yes. I mean, pardon me, no. And you built him up. But did the Giant win on his debut? Yes. I was like, hold on a second. Retard alert. No, but no, he didn't. But then like the Giant, did he win? Yes. Did that kind of go to his head? Would that go to Oba's head? Possibly. I mean, you can never eliminate that possibility. But as people have pointed out, Oba like took a bunch of losses before he even really got his run in NXT. And I think I bookmarked that in WWE news. This crowd is dead as fuck, man. But yeah, shout out Bootleg Kev, I guess, is where a bunch of these quotes came from. And the Brawlin' Birds are out there doing their thing with Sheeta, and then you have the Triangle of Madness. So, I like all these gals. But again, we had an 8-man earlier. Do we really need a 6-gal? Are we going to get trios women's titles? I don't know, but thangs are thanging, and I got a little distracted. I'm just a man. It's a man's world. I'm just a man in this world, guys. Okay. We getting distracted here. Okay. Peaches are peaching right now. So yeah, he's saying put Oba in the main event. Obi, as I called him earlier, Obi-Wan Kenobi, of course, of the Kenobi family lineage, right? And yeah, so Oba will be in the main event scene sooner or later. Don't you worry. I don't even know where I was going with that, but yeah, Goldberg. I just wanted to say Oba's more of a Goldberg or a Brock Lesnar, right? Brock didn't win the title immediately, but it was quick even for its time. If they did it right away, this is the point I wanted to make. If they did it right away, the fickle marks would be like, so many other people deserve it, and da-da-da, what about LA Knight? What about Jacob Fatu? What about fucking, they would just get mad for that. So I'm not with Swerve on that, and I don't know what's more main event than being against Brock Lesnar and beating him at a major event. I don't know what's more main event than that. So we're going to get into the controversies, and I'm going to calm down a little bit, right? Chat. Okay. And we're going to get into controversial stuff. This is going to be crazy. This is the juice right here that's worth the squeeze. And we have AEW controversies. We have some cringe tone. We have TrillerTV madness. We have an indie fed reached out saying, hey, Phil, this is what happened to us with Triller, so back and tone up on this. What's chat saying? When was the last time a WWE superstar talked about who should be champion and AEW? You're right. You're right. I had 2 sandwiches at the Chiba Hut, then ice cream, yogurts, chips, and jerky. Well, you missed the mukbang portion earlier in this show. LOL, Phil. Tony don't give a fuck about Mercedes Moné. I disagree. I just think she's allowed to do what she wants. Yeah, I completely was spurging out there during that thing for a second. But Brawling Birds, they're doing their thing. Okay, I'm a big fan of all these ladies for obvious reasons, right? And people have been shitting on Tekla, and I like her, dude. I think she's got something, and she's going to go bat for AEW and the guy who's paying her, right? And you can't be mad at her and blame her for that, And I think people am I wrong? Let me know. I'm going to put this poll in the chat, okay? And you guys let me know. Is Tekla cringe? Okay. And I'm going to put this up on screen. 1 for yes, 2 for no. Is Tekla cringe? And if you're on Kick, X, or YouTube, wherever you're chatting, type a 1 for yes, a 2 for no. Is Tekla cringe? Because I think people's hatred of AEW and the fact that she's going to bat for a company paying her shitloads of money. I was going to say paying the shit out of her. I don't think that's the right. Paying her shitloads of money. I think they're being too harsh on how cringe she is. I think she's just doing like different style shit that you haven't seen. And it's not like it won't work or can't work. It's just AEW's presentation holds so many people back. So vote a 1 or a 2. Is she cringe? Is she not? I'm going to leave that poll up for a little bit. And I'm just chugging down some iced coffee and some water here. Everybody hydrate. Okay, everybody clap. Everybody sing. Bow to your partner. I think that's the Wiggles or something. So, yeah, keep voting, guys. 1 for yes, 2 for no. Is Tekla cringe? Let's get into the segment that I like to call the best guys, Tony Khan.
Tony Khan.
And here's all of these controversies. So actually, these are kind of out of whack. Some of them don't pertain to Tone, but they all do because this company's under his watch. Nick LoPiccolo flat out dropped the fucking letter that he was given upon Paradigm termination or whatever. However you want to word it, okay? I'm just here saying the shit. I don't fucking know. So I'm just here reading the shit, okay? I don't know what you want to refer to it as, but this guy says this. I think the email is real, but a small part of the overall email where they explain his behavior with Liv Morgan is why he's being terminated. It's why Nick LoPiccolo won't post the full email. It proves me right. And then Nick just drops like this actual, here's a look. This is from Paradigm. And it directly names Tony Khan and shit. So this is crazy. Like, Tone legit. Say what you will, like, about Nick, whatever. Maybe you don't like his antics. Whatever, okay? That aside, just put your feelings, good or bad, about him aside. He just dropped this shit. Like, Tone did lobby to get this motherfucker fired. Now, when you have people out there going, it was because of his behavior with a WWE superstar, but then you see this fucking email where clearly it has to do with AEW. This just owns and discredits, like, if there was one inkling of you going, well, maybe he did fucking piss Drew McIntyre off or whatever. And maybe he fucking did. I don't know. Agents and clients, I'm sure, fucking speak to each other like men and have it out from time to time. Watch Entourage, okay? No. Who knows if that's real? It probably didn't even happen, but I'm just saying, like, let's say it did. Let's just give people the benefit of the doubt. It has nothing to do with any of that shit. It has to do with AEW and Tone. So this is actually crazy. So here's a little peek, a little daddy magic taste. Okay? Into what's going on, the inner workings of Hollywood. Hollywood swinging. And so September 24, 2025. So this is a while ago. This is a minute ago where he got this warning. And RE, warning regarding social media activity. So, dear Nick, and then he blanked out some names or whatever. Dear Nick, as you are well aware, you have been repeatedly warned and formally admonished by blank. Inserting yourself into matters between two competing professional wrestling organizations, WWE and AEW. So this dude was warned repeatedly, dude, quit inserting yourself in these rivaling, like, we are fucking signing people from both, or we have people from one company and it's a bad look, or Tone's like, please tell him to stop.
You what?
Whichever it is, he's being warned, okay? You were given explicit instructions to refrain from making or publishing any statements on any platform, including X, formerly Twitter, that could be interpreted as disparaging, defamatory, or antagonistic toward any individual or entity, including but not limited to Tony Khan or AEW. Dude. So not WWE, You explicitly can't interact with WWE superstars who you still represent, that people are lying about you on the internet saying you know what I mean? It's just about tone. It's just tone. Okay, Steamboat Tone. So despite these warnings, and remember who Tone went through, Casey Wasserman, who's named in the Epstein files. Oh, shit. Lock every one of them up. So despite these warnings, the behavior has continued. Paradigm was recently contacted by a reporter who lodged a complaint about your conduct and statements on X. The reporter cited not only inappropriate and unprofessional commentary, but also what were perceived as veiled threats. Ooh. In addition, a manager with a relationship with Mr. Khan, whom we have a business relationship with, has complained repeatedly about your derogatory statements about Mr. Khan and AEW. So Tone legit hit up like Wasserman or whoever, and they're like complaining to Paradigm, man, this guy's made such derogatory, tell him to stop, tell him to stop, tell him to stop. And motherfucker kept going. Now, here's my question that I would love to know the answer to. Why did Nick just double and triple down? Like the trolls and Tone must have really
Wrestling's not fake.
That's the only thing I can think of. Like, why would he? Or maybe he like wanted to leave and launch his own thing anyways, and he wanted like as much hype around him, and maybe he thought the fucking and maybe that's stupid. I don't, because like the dirt sheets are talking about you a bunch, you know, so maybe that isn't what he wants. I'm just throwing out there like possibilities, you know, we're throwing shit at the wall here. I don't know, but it could just be that they really pissed his ass off. So it's crazy he just dropped this. Or maybe he AI'd it. Maybe he typed this up and it's fake. No, I'm joking. Oh, shit. So he goes, we're getting super conspiratorial here, okay? Why are the names blanked out? No. So where is he? Please be advised that any public statements you make, including those on social media, are not authorized by Paradigm, are outside the scope of your employment, and may result in legal liability to you personally. Oh, shit. There's no contractual or statutory duty to defend or indemnify you should you be the respondent in any legal action as a result of your social media activities. So they were like, dude, if you're getting sued, it's on you. We told you to cut that shit out. That's crazy. Where is he? Where am I? Where was I? Paradigm has a policy that prohibits employees from making public statements, including those on social media, that could be harmful to the business or reputation of Paradigm. Which if people want to say that it was hurting their rep a little bit, and if some of the wrestlers are like, dude, chill, I fucking totally see that. I wouldn't argue with that for a second. Like, how could some of them not be like, bro, maybe don't, and maybe they don't give a fuck. Maybe there's a bunch who are like, nah, keep doing your thing. Fuck that company. There's a lot of wrestlers who are like, fuck that company, dude. And they work in WWE right now, and Nick reps them, you know? So your recent social media posts have done exactly that and are a clear violation of Paradigm's policy. So he got cooked here, dude. I don't know. So here's another one. He drops another one. I think we are writing to you today following our meeting with Craig Wagner to formally advise you that any further publication or dissemination of public comments, including those on social media that may be considered adverse to conversed to disparaging of or defamatory to AEW, Tony Khan, or any other party affiliated with either of them, will lead to the, it's so small, immediate termination of your employment, Unfortunately, we have no further alternative. That's what she said. Oh, go. But to take this action in light of your prior warnings, we do not intend to provide any additional warnings to you regarding your social media conduct. We urge you to govern yourself accordingly. Should you have any question, please feel free to call me. Damn. And that was forwarded to, this was from the Vice President of Human Resources and Payroll, Dalton Hubbard. And then there's some other names there. So, dude, it flat out was Tone being like complaining and being like, yo, get this fucking guy in trouble, or like he's talking shit about me and I don't like it. That's 100% what it was. That's pretty crazy how this just exposed that, you know? Now, this is just another entry in the entire Nick LoPiccolo saga overall. But then he dropped these two. He goes, I forgot to mute Zoom. So by email, this is Paradigm in 2020. So look at this. In 2020, Nick LoPiccolo was getting emails from Paradigm. So he's been with them for 17 years. Okay, so this makes sense. Maybe he thought, I had a job once, right, when I was a youngin', where the rule was, if you get written up for being late, like 3 times, or maybe it was 5 times, five time WCW being written up for being late champion, right? I forget what it was, but I had this job where it's like, if you were written up however many times for being late, you get fired, like that's in your contract or whatever. And I had this job where like I did all the fucking work and everybody knew that, and my manager knew that. So I got written up for being like 5 minutes late, like 80 million fucking times. And they never fired me because they're like, well, what are we going to fire this guy? So maybe, because look, here's a letter from 2020 where he's like, you know, so maybe he was just like, whatever, fuck that. You know, I've been here forever. I've got you big name clients. I'm making moves. So, and someone's saying a Dark Side of the Ring episode in waiting. Dude, I would love a Tony Khan versus Nick LoPiccolo Dark Side of the Ring episode. That shit would be so good. I'd be in it. Your boy Phil would be in it, dude. So, yeah, so this is back in 20. I'm not going to go through all this because it's whatever, but he's dropping receipts in 2020. They're like, hey, dude, your conduct, man. So maybe he was just like, fuck it. Who cares? And he just didn't realize that they were dead serious, and the kind of pull that like Jeremy Hambley of the Quarterling has at YouTube. Tony Khan has pull in the fucking entertainment industry, brother. So in more controversial news with AEW as it pertains to AEW Jazzware's team was laid off today. The whole fucking team. And this is courtesy of Wrestling Figure News Source, Wrestling Figure News. Kyle Peterson says the whole Jazzware's AEW team was laid off on Friday. And then I saw a tweet from, I think, what's his name? Mikey Ruckus, like the guy who makes the music for AEW. He dropped a tweet saying like, I have the chance to work with figures in wrestling now or something. And I didn't know if he meant like, are you talking action figures now that the Jazzware deal's gone? Or are you talking like human beings or like legends that you guys are signing AEW Legends deals or something? I didn't quite know what he meant. Should have bookmarked it, but I was like, this is a nothing burger. But either way, they had to lay off the whole fucking team, which is crazy. Why? Because the toys aren't selling that well, bud. We're going to go with new guys that aren't as prolific as Jazzwares, you know? And this isn't like a gotcha AEW stinks, but it just goes to show you, man. Some of these things just, they're for show. Like Tone could have built with a company like Jazzwares because other people did that, and so we got to do that. You know, why didn't he build with someone and then make the move to Jazzwares, or like build with someone and then grind it out with them? Or like, why isn't the merch more on point there and shit? We keep coming back to like, because didn't a bunch of people get laid off that had to do with the fucking merch recently as well? That they downsized, but they're going to work with these people like independently or whatever as like contractors. They pulled a Disney. So I just want to drink some water here. Takeshita's just tossing Darby's ass around. So, ladies and gentlemen, where do we start with this? Let's get into more AEW news. The Triller epidemic is going on. Triller's being sued. Okay. And so let's dive into this. So Brandon Thurston had this to write. New AEW sues Triller TV for $5 million in overdue payments. AEW suit reveals pay-per-view splits. Separately, Triller TV Flips Media is also suing its parent co for abandonment and to consider bankruptcy. Court granted Flips' request to fast-track that case. So again, we've been chronicling it. Like, Triller's fucking dead, man. It's just dead in the dirt. Has been for a long time. The Triller numbers people have tried to put over. You know, Dave talks about these pay-per-view numbers, and we don't know, like, how many of those are Amazon, how many of those are fucking traditional pay-per-view, how many of those are Triller. Like, he never clarifies. And AEW's been with Triller for a while. So for the amount of money that AEW is suing Triller for, $5 million, that could be like the whole time they've done pay-per-views on Triller and they wanted to save face or whatever. Like, I don't know if there's an exact timeline laid out. We will click on postwrestling.com here. And it says that AEW has filed a lawsuit against Triller TV and its parent company, Triller Group Inc., alleging the streaming platform owes Tony Khan's wrestling company just under $5 million in unpaid revenue from the pay-per-view sales and from proceeds for the now discontinued AEW Plus subscription service. AEW's lawsuit was filed. So again, when everyone's like, oh man, it's $4 million or it's $5 million or whatever, I'm sure they're going to sue for more than like are on the, and it means more than that too. But you're always going to sue for like damages or fucking interest or whatever the fuck. I'm not sure if you actually can sue for that, but AEW's lawsuit was filed on April 29 in Duval County Court in Florida. The legal complaint alleges Triller TV's parent company used AEW-derived revenues to fund other businesses, including a social media platform that never took off. That's what they did with a bunch of celebrities too. Strategy of Triller Group Inc.'s strategy of robbing venues generated by Triller TV's distribution of AEW content to cover other defendants' operating expenses negatively impacted its relationship with and payments owed to AEW. But a few weeks before AEW filed its case, a separate lawsuit was brought by Triller TV itself against its own parent company. So listen to this. So Triller TV is suing the Triller parent company.
That's great.
And fucking AEW's now suing Triller, both technically, but Triller TV.
Or, you know, the young superstar, you know, babyface, you know, that former heel thing. So
this is the case of Tony Khan versus Triller TV. Triller TV says, fuck out of here, Mark. We're suing ourselves. This is just like a sneaky way so they don't ever have to pay Tone. We're going to sue ourselves so you can't sue us. So we don't have to give you shit. No. And the two cases read together reveal a more complete picture of Triller's financial and corporate troubles, which have also been evident from regulatory filings over the last 12 months. So this has been going on for a long time. Let me just Google this, okay? Let me Google this. How long was AEW pay-per-views on Triller TV? Roughly 7 years. So everyone's like, oh man, the 5 million. Okay, so over 7 years, they probably weren't paying them. It's not like, oh, this last year, like, this last year, if they didn't make 5 million just from pay-per-view sales or whatever the fuck, then that's crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like that would be, even if they made like 5 million, I'm pretty sure that would be shitty. If you have 100,000 people or 180,000, like Dave Meltzer's saying, buying these things, right? And then they only made 5 million. What? The pay-per-view numbers are real? Because no, Dave inflates the numbers, and this is over the last 7 years. And they're only suing for 5 million? So those numbers are probably nowhere near as high as people.
Oh my God, it's the greatest thing I've ever seen.
And if somebody can come like explain this better, feel free to, but Dave inflates the numbers year over year. We looked at the percentages of conversion, and we don't know what that means either. Traditional, the theaters, the fucking Triller TV. We don't know if that's Amazon, if it means everything. So the numbers don't add up there. They're all an anomaly, right? And then the $5 million over 7 years. That's it? That means the numbers are way lower than we thought. So at least that's the way I look at it, because how much could they have really been making from them? Like if you look at Dave's numbers, then sure. But I don't know. Go guys to postwrestling.com and just check out this article if you'd like to. We got an update from an indie promoter, Arrival Wrestling, I'm assuming, right? And we're going to talk about that in a second. But AEW has filed a lawsuit against Triller TV and its parent company for $5 million. The legal complaint alleges Triller TV's parent company used AEW-derived revenues. So we talked about that, but also, it's crazy because Triller's suing Triller. It's always like a joke when it comes to whatever AEW's got going on. And so Brett Lauderdale had this to say. People and other promoters ask me all the time what's going on with Triller, so let me attempt to translate Brandon's article a little further in plainer terms. So shout out Brett Lauderdale and GCW. Triller TV Plus is basically the artist formerly known as Fight TV, Flips Media. It's the wrestling wing of the umbrella parent company and operates mostly independently of the rest of the parent company, Triller. The Triller TV Fight platform app still works great, and it has pay for a blue check, Unc. Jesus Christ. It still has a sizable monthly subscriber base and accompanying revenue in addition to the standalone pay-per-views. The issue, as noted in filing, is that while this wing of the entity operates independently, the revenue it generates still goes into the parent company's purse. Yeah, I feel like that's pretty self-explanatory, but maybe the redacts in the back need to hear that. And the parent company, as the owner, can do whatever it wants with those funds, redirect to other projects, etc., even if it means neglecting some or a lot of its commitments to its existing partners. So billionaire shit. Fight TV was never Triller's main priority. The Triller TikTok style app was. So while there's revenue coming in and some folks continue to get paid, there are also many that aren't, and most aren't being paid in full or owed significant amounts. Here's what I gather. My educated insight is someone who reads these developments from a different perspective. The parent company, located in China, is indifferent to Triller TV and its money issues. The Triller TV Fight entity is going to be sold, but they can't until the court gives the freedom to make a move without the parent company's consent. They appear to and claim to have been abandoned. So while this is a pretty tough circumstance for many AEW, GCW, and many similar partners, they wouldn't do this shit to WWE, that's for goddamn sure. They'd get fucking sued into oblivion. Isn't that right, Shane Douglas?
Master need to obliterate.
The company will continue on with the burden of an umbrella that is siphoning the revenue. Fingers crossed. There have been so many really good people involved with Fight over the years. Mike Weber, Keith Evans, Costa, and all the people overseas. They truly pushed wrestling and combat sports streaming forward. Hopefully this part of the legacy can continue in a positive manner. Yes, a really good explanation. Shout out Brett Lauderdale for posting that. And also from Arrival Wrestling, I got this DM here. Us, Defy, and Revolver all haven't received any live stream revenue from Triller TV. Rumor is the only major indie promotion currently to make money as GCW, or was GCW, as they signed a prior contract and received an insane amount via check to stay on Triller. Rumored 6 to 7 figures via Triller to keep their product relevant and alive. So Brett Lauderdale's breaking it down, but he's like reaping the benefits, you know? It's just frustrating, especially as a creative myself, that the platform doesn't care to even communicate to the producers who make content for their channel, being why all promotions are now going on YouTube now. 2 years later and no word at all from Triller. I've produced over 25 shows for them, and payments stopped out of nowhere as they continue to ignore emails, calls. Yeah, they ain't seeing those emails unless they're like on Hillary Clinton's laptop or something, right? They're in China, dude. Have you tried scrubbing your laptop last minute and maybe they get leaked? No, I'm joking. So I've produced over to ignore emails, calls, or any press commenting on this matter. Disappointment is an understatement. Love your content and appreciate the help in spreading awareness. Yeah, no doubt, dude. Appreciate you. Maybe we'll get you on sometime to talk about that. And shout out Arrival Wrestling and shout out GCW, I guess. So he's getting paid and shit from Triller, but these other companies aren't, and now they're making the shift to YouTube. They should have did YouTube before, man. They should have did YouTube before. And I'm not saying don't do it now, but now I wouldn't even say just do YouTube. But DM me and we can talk about that. So we move along here. Sources tell Cultaholic. So again, for the people like Cultaholic's not a dirt sheet. Look, this is the day they announced those layoffs. Yes, they are. Sources tell Cultaholic that multiple independent wrestling promotions, so, you know, are waiting on overdue payments. That's like if I went, sources are telling PWT, because I just had Arrival Wrestling tell us, you know, tell me directly that. So if I presented it like that, I'm a fucking dirt sheet. On overdue payments from TrillerTV, with some being owed as high as 5 figures. So yeah, that's shitty. Wrestle Arrival, pardon me. Wrestle Arrival. I keep fucking up the name. Shout out Wrestle Arrival. And yeah, maybe we can link up, talk about this sometime. So AEW, this comes out from Post Wrestling amid a lawsuit filed by AEW against Triller. A separate lawsuit filed by Triller against its own parent company reveals unrealized sale talks with the likes of Fubo. So Triller TV's going, yo, dude. Like, they're getting fucked like the wrestling feds. And they're like, dude, you're going to Fubo and you didn't even tell us, but you're going to use the content we've been accumulating over here. And ignored communication from the parent company's executives, which allegedly prevented Triller TV from paying AEW overdue revenue from pay-per-view sales and AEW Plus subscriptions. So maybe, and let me just throw a conspiracy theory out there, and this isn't even that crazy in the legal world, dude. Possibly Triller caught wind that a lawsuit was coming from AEW, and thus they sued their parent company, going, and then it's just going to tie everything up. And then, you know, if they can make the claim they're not responsible for it, then AEW will fucking, you know what I'm saying? So that might be Triller kind of trying to save their own ass. And I know that Triller filed the suit against their parent company a couple days before, which was uncovered via Post there, but maybe they caught wind of, oh shit, AEW's gonna sue us or whatever. That's totally could have happened too. So Brandon Thurston says no refusal by parent company to communicate allegedly prevented Triller from paying AEW and engaging in sales talks. Court filing claims buyout offer from Fubo was passed on, 2,000 plus words. We ain't reading all that. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time. Ain't nobody got time for that. And so Tone comes out with this here, My AEW. And big news, My AEW is now available on Roku and Roku TV. So now when you turn on your Roku TV, right, your boy Phil's got one of those, there will be a channel. There's a TNA one, at least in Canada. There will be a channel you go to that you click on, and it'll just be whatever the fuck's airing on my AEW or whatever, if I'm not mistaken, right? Or it's an app, or it's at least going to be the app you can download and watch your my AEW stuff on Roku. So I don't think it's in US and Canada yet, unless this is the announcement that it's going to be, or that it is, or whatever the fuck. I'm not sure. They're also going to be on, in addition, my AEW is also available on connected TV devices, or you just buy one of those. If you have an HDMI plug, you buy one of those Roku things off Amazon. It'll be on Apple TV, Fire TV, and Android TV, as well as Roku. So this Roku shit, I mean, they're going to be on Roku, Apple, like they're going to be on all this shit. Dave's going to go, well, Roku's in 80 bajillion households, Brian. Like that's going to fucking matter. Like if anything else was on Roku, you'd be like, there's 10 people watching that. Can't anyone put a show on Roku or Tubi? I'm pretty sure anybody can put a show here. I'm gonna look this up here. Can anyone put a show on Roku? Yes, anyone can put a show on Roku, though the method depends on whether you are a professional content creator. So like Brendan Schaub put his show on Roku, and then he gets a split of the ad rev if they do pass certain numbers. So, and then you go, oh, I have a show on Roku. So AEW's going to Roku, YouTube, and my AEW app confirmed. Okay? And there's nothing entirely wrong with that. But the fact is they spurged out and all the dirt sheets melted down and Dave Meltzer melted down and pretended like it wasn't was a fucking big deal. So people treated it like a big deal. Do you know what I'm saying? Like NXT went to YouTube for a bit before they landed on the CW. So the guy, that JF McMullen guy who wrote that article about the shit Nick LoPiccolo said, everybody melted down like it's some big bad fucking deal, and it's not. It was actually kind of being like, hey, WBD is helping AEW out by letting them know, giving them ample time, and yeah, they're going to this other platform before they get TV. That's what JF McMullen said. And if you think Tone going to Roku and shit, he's preparing for the worst. The worst is he ends up on YouTube and Tubi or Roku and then my AEW, they roll that out and then they try and land a TV deal somewhere, or they just get a good enough ad revenue split with Roku. Maybe, who knows, maybe 800 million sickos tune in to watch it. But I just fucking doubt it, bud. And then when the ratings do shit, then we'll never really know the numbers. Dave will have to find some new fake methodology to get them. And then he'll have to find out how many people are watching on Apple TV or Fire Stick or whatever the fuck, right? And it's just going to be impossible to really know. It'll all be invisible, so they'll just play games. Quit playing games with my heart, right? And it's only going to muddy the waters, but just objectively speaking, if any fucking show goes on Roku, unless it's like, hey, here's a John Cena show, Roku pays John Cena to do his wherever Cars show, and then that's a Roku original, but then we also shop it around after season 1 or 2, or we pay John Cena to do a show. Yes, they have some shows like that. But if any show, it's not like that's doing gangbuster views. Like Braun Strowman eating food probably does more views than John Cena's show on Tubi or whatever the fuck. So just saying, if WWE was like SmackDown's going to Roku, everyone would clown it. I'd clown it. So this deserves to be clowned when they're not on TNT TBS anymore. All of the AI pictures of here's the Roku belt will be real, dude. That's fucked up. And this shouldn't be the case. And Tony Khan should have Paramount frothing at the mouth like, well, how do we make this work? AEW, TKO, we want to be in business with both.
Best guys, Tony Khan.
But instead, it's just like, we'd probably be on Roku and shit. We don't know, whatever. It's pretty fucking sad, man. But this is like good for them. They're in way more homes and shit, but it's just clear what they're setting up to do. And it's promoting my AEW as well. And it's, you can get my AEW as like the app on your smart TV or whatever. This is clearly to get the My AEW as far and wide as they can. Searching far and wide just for one viewer. Each viewer to understand the power that's inside. So, and then Fire TV, I think, is Amazon, right? And then Android TV, Apple TV. Good for them. I'm glad that they're spreading everywhere, man. But I just think it's pretty obvious what they're setting up to do. And Tone's just bold-faced lying about the shit. Speaking of Tone, we have some Tone cringe guys. MJF's cutting a promo. Hit like, hit subscribe, become a member for only 99 cents. I do weekly bonus shows. Gift a membership, super chat in, patreon.com/ProWrestleTimes if you want to support, or just hit the like. Come say hi in chat, hit retweet, support the show. I see you guys voting in the poll. We have cringe Tone. We're going to get into it in just a sec. Yeah, so he just said he's going to make MJF a bald-headed bitch. Okay. So in the poll, guys, is Tekla cringe? 45% of you say yes. 55% of you say no. So I agree with the 55%. Yeah, I'm just trying to listen. The confused feels. I'm just like, okay, they're because Darby throws the chairs, and you're like, okay, he's being all, I'm rabid and shit, and then, yeah, Dynamite Diamond Ring Punch, and isn't this show done? Yeah, so this is the overrun. Am I wrong? Why the fuck would you do this in the overrun too? I just don't understand that. So when is Double or Nothing? That's not this weekend, is it? I'm so off. May 24th. So that's not this weekend, but the weekend after. This weekend's Ronda versus Gina, which is going to be fun. So this is the overrun, right? This is cooked. Like, they always tank in ratings in the overrun, so I don't know why you'd put your big angle and then have it, the middle rope tombstone and all this shit. Like, what's the point, man? Nobody's watching. And then Kevin Knight runs out like he's seriously in the... Tone's maybe the worst booker of all time. I think Tone is just so bad at booking shit. And then Kevin Knight comes out and he's like the third wheel in this feud when they were just... Think about it. The ratings were good and they were doing really well when like Omega, Andrade, and all of these guys were kind of in the mix. And then there's like, nope, Darby and Kevin Knight for a little bit before All In. And Ospreay's just going to go do like prison workouts with Moxley and drop the soap with Mox and play hide the cigarettes. You know what I mean? Like, figure out how to draw here a little bit. Ladies and gentlemen, speaking of drawing, Chris Jericho.
I look and see it's not just me. So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spent our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Let me get wild! Yay!
Okay, guys. So it's chat saying here. Cashman 8 for 2 sweet says Nick in chat. You dingus. Like Nick Nemeth or Nick Khan. Thank you so much for the super chat. I confused. Nick LoPiccolo. Well, where am I blind? Tell him I say what up. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just tell him I said you're Canadian. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, guys. We're trying to. It's just chat's going crazy. You guys are going off here. Should I give him VKM number and say it's mine? Is this Nick? I don't know, guys. We got shit to do. All right. I'm gonna read this news some more. All right, because I don't know what the fuck. It's 0. Okay, that's Nick. Okay. What's up, dude? Shout you out, man. We were just. It was good shit. It was good shit that we were talking about earlier. So my number is 203. Don't put your number in the fucking chat, dude. These people will call you, okay? Join members. Phil lets us use slurs. Hey, you guys could say whatever you want, right? I mean, it's just okay. So let's get into this stuff. If that Nick, I can DM you or whatever. Dude, Conrad the mortgage guy's auctioning off more shit too. Goddamn. I'm gonna keep bookmarking those. Should I pull up? Okay, I see. Yeah, you're DMing me and shit. Don't put it out, man. These guys, I ain't reading that on the air. Okay, guys, are we going to Yeah, I think you have my old number, Nick, as well. So I will hit you up. King Dingaling became a new YouTube member. I acknowledge you, dude. Thank you so much.
Acknowledge me.
Yeah, I got a new phone, so. But yeah, don't put your goddamn number in the chat, dude. These people will fucking call you. So let's get into. Should we get into news or what? Or what are you trying to do? That was Vince McMahon. Saved Phyllis Diddy. Yeah, I don't think Nick goes to no Diddy parties, dude. Minus last. Okay. Okay, well, if Nick's here, when you coming on the show, bud? Should we set it up? When you just coming on PWT, I'll send you the fucking link. So, guys, what did you think of Dynamite as well? It was okay. That overrun was like, what the fuck? I don't know why they got to do that in the overrun. Just end the show with that shit. I don't know what the play is there. I said, now, but you're talking too much. Okay, let me send you a link if you want it. Here, let's fucking do it. I guess we're doing this, chat. If you have any questions for Nick LoPiccolo, fucking super chat them in, and I'm sure he will answer them because we are probably about to get to talking. Boom. I just DM'd you on X the link. Nick Nemeth. Well, he spelt it N-I-C. So I was like, what are we talking about here? Because it wouldn't be the first time like someone of note has popped in, you know? So we'll just see. We might have to throw away making fun of Tone. Or I'll talk about Tone with Nick if he pops in here. Yeah, we're gonna hide this and Nick, if you're like, dude, not now because I was babbling too much or whatever, like that's totally fine too. I mean, we'll just do it like fucking Saturday, just whenever you're free. Just hit me up. So here is ladies and germs joining us on the show.
Is the 5'3" coke addict.
Yes, it is Nick LoPiccolo. That is, in fact, his voice. Welcome Nick LoPiccolo to the show, to the PWT universe, and go and give him a follow at Nick LoPiccolo. Dude, how are you doing tonight?
Don't do that. I don't give a fuck. Do it if you want to. I'm doing just fine. Just fine. And I had your stream on and it kind of cracked me up. And I like just antagonizing. So that's what I was doing in the chat.
Dude, so I was wondering earlier because I was going over like you just flat out like dropped the fucking letters you got from Paradigm. And I'm like, so AEW just pissed you off? Like why were you just kind of like whatever, you know? It said in the letter that they warned you multiple times. You were just like, fuck it, I'm just doing what I believe in, or what was the motive, dude?
Well look, so the other stream was legitimately just me just fucking around and trolling everyone. But I didn't realize how much it would get aggregated, especially by that creepy ass motherfucker that runs Ringside News. So, let me just be careful in terms of what I am saying and not saying. It's like, I don't want Steve Carrier to make any more money than he's already made. All right. So the motivation for, what was the original question?
Just like, what was the motive? Because
for the letters, right?
Yeah. And like Paradigm, not just that, but also Paradigm, they claim in the letters, they're like, dude, we sent you, or whatever they said, you've been warned a handful of times.
But do you understand how like these corporations, like especially like those firms work? I mean, have to send whatever sort of files for your or letters for your HR file, whatever it is, just to make sure that there's optionality in case they ever want to go in whatever direction, later down the road. I always kind of thought it was a joke because most of the agents anywhere in the major agencies are under multi-year contracts, and long before like COVID and all of the consolidation, I would say, and like the people like losing jobs and I think the 20% or so of the industry across the board lost different jobs. I was at will on purpose. So if you send someone a HR letter, whatever, and they're at will, like it's kind of like contradictory. But like, I posted earlier today, just for the hell of it, I have a framed police report from Stockholm from like 2013 from the Snabba 3 premiere, which Snabba was Easy Money, which was the first film launched Joel Kinnaman and Daniel Espinosa and Matthias Varela, and but I have no idea what it says. There was I was joking on the on Twitter. Greg Poehler, who's Amy Poehler's brother, created this series called Welcome to Sweden on NBC back in like 2014. I mean, Greg's from Boston. He moved to Sweden with his wife, who's a lawyer in either Boston or New York, but she was Swedish. And then he created the show, which he kind of co-produced or co-EP'd with Amy. Really, really cool sort of co-production. It was on NBC for a year. And I tagged Greg in the post of the framed Stockholm police letter, which I could just say, like, thank you for coming to Stockholm. But the joke, the running joke for about 6 years at Paradigm was I framed it. I don't know what order the 4 pages are in. And I said, I'm either going to get this framed or not framed, either translated or framed. So I just, like, whatever. Like I've been this way from the start. There's the thing in Hollywood, I think if you lead with the worst thing anyone can say about you and just kind of make it like out there, like who cares, So right. I've got nothing to be ashamed about. And like all of whoever the fuck's attacking me, like it's so stupid what's been alleged on that platform and that platform alone. So like, all right, you want to try and say whatever, like, okay, fine. Like here's everything. I don't care. And, it's that's kind of what it is.
So now the grudge with AEW, and dude, you weren't lying though about like, obviously AEW, like it directly says you need to stop talking about Tony Khan and AEW. So, hey man, you're lying, you're dying. You weren't lying either about this Vince McMahon phone number either, buddy.
I know.
Yeah. So, where are you at now? Are you still, because man, this whole thing is just been blown out of proportion in many ways, but also like it just seems like you're really digging at AEW. Is it like just a personal thing for you now? You know what I mean? Like what motivates you to just keep
I don't care really. Like, so let me try and make sense of that. Because when I say I don't care, like obviously like I do, but like
yeah.
So
otherwise
the owner of Paradigm,
like engaging, like you keep engaging some of these people where it's like, man, fuck this guy, but also you're trying to
because I don't care. Well, it's not that I don't care. So the Hollywood itself, like most of the stuff, the attacks are much more sophisticated, much more articulate, and behind closed doors, or like whispered at events, or at when you're not around. Like this is just all like synthetic. The thing that I was trying not to do when I was at Paradigm was, it's like, okay, fine. Like, I mean, I didn't know what was happening in July. And again, this is what I believe happened. It is clearly, something you would have to prove, in the court of law, but like, I think I've got more than enough, in my, toolkit, or in my, Dropbox, whatever you want to call it. Like, and by the way, I think they know that. So I just like every time that I kind of ratchet it up, it's because there's pressure kind of behind the scenes that's being put on me, and I'm just like, okay, like I'm not like it just stop fucking with me. If you're gonna do that, then like okay, fine. Like I'm okay with it. And at the same time, like Tony's got other businesses other than wrestling, and I'm in a lot more than just that space. And I was in that much more than that space for 17 years, and it's just it's a very complicated thing to explain, but like it's really fucking stupid. And I would do business with them tomorrow. I've said that online. I've written that online. There's no hate personally for the company or for any of the executives. I just stop fucking with me. If you're going to like keep doing that, like I'm not going to react the same way that other people did.
So what's the number one thing that you, I don't know if clear the air is the right word, but what's like the number one thing that you think people get wrong about this whole situation that you want everybody to know? Like
what other people think or what people know. Like, I mean, like, yeah, I know the truth. I think that a lot of that, again, it's like a 4-dimensional situation that's ongoing, no matter what. If it's good, bad, indifferent. But like, I am a lot more than just in the professional wrestling space. And again, I was 17 years or so at Paradigm. I ran 2 divisions, one that I created. Most people that are agents don't stay with any company nearly that long. And I've got a very amicable thing. And when I announce what I'm doing next, which I'm going to do when it's ready, which again, it's just like paperwork, other people, other, comments and all sorts of timing and making sure that things are optimized. Like it's not, I'm not like, I don't need to like go around any sort of clock to prove anything, but like, here's what I'd say. Everything that's on the internet or the IWC or whatever, especially on Twitter, does not exist in my experience personally, any other platform or real life. Like, no one cares except for Tony. No one cares.
The best guy.
Instagram, no one cares. Like when I exited Paradigm, I think the Deadline article had 281,000 views. I think it had like 92 comments.
Look at these bots you got attacked with today. Like, this is the most bot shit. We were talking about it earlier. Like
go look back at like BJ Bethel's tweets about Gail Kim or whatever. It had 402,000 views. Like, he's like 3,000 followers. Like, this is so like it's not rocket science to see what the fuck's going on.
Oh, dude,
but like at the same time, like to prove anything in this sort of area of whatever the law, there's like, it's more than just the United States. Most of these alleged or assumed, not even talking about like myself or anything wrestling related. Just, I mean, look at Blake Lively, Justin Baldoni, like that's an ongoing litigation. It's very, very expensive. And the reason it's expensive is most of these people who can afford to do sophisticated sort of astroturfing campaigns, like, it's all kind of hidden behind VPNs and other sort of.
Are you Team Baldoni? Are you Team Baldoni? Sorry to interrupt.
I mean, offline, but I mean, I know what actually happened. But like, like again, like I don't want, especially I typically use, and it's again. Like,
well, I think I think the Reynolds household, you're going all Ropetronic on us, Nick. I think we're getting sniped here by
sorry, wait.
by the Hollywood.
Wait, no, it's my Wi-Fi. My Wi-Fi. Wait. So can you hear me?
Yeah, oh yeah, you're perfect now.
Is it better?
Yes. Yeah, you're perfect.
All right, so it's my Wi-Fi. So look, I mean, Ryan's a great guy. I met Blake. I think she's great. Like, I met everyone involved. I know inside information that from all those parties. I shouldn't speak on it, but like all I will say, like it's very, I think, neutral is that it's very, very intensive to and hard to prove any sort of intent, and like especially if there's very, very well financed parties on either side. Like it's stupid. Like get back to business instead of like suing each other. But like I mean, like if you want to sue me, like fine.
Well, that was, I wanted to ask you that. Like, you haven't been sued. Are you worried about it? Like, you said some out there shit.
I don't give a fuck. Like, it's not like I don't give a fuck like that, but like,
yeah,
I know. Again, I've got a JD. I've got a LLM, which is a second law degree in entertainment and media law. I also know kind of just the practical beats that these like any case like generically take on. Like it just the bar is so suit over what. And by the way, at the same time, like there's so many different procedural beats and other sort of like jurisdictional things and other sort of maneuvers. Like if I wanted a lawsuit, I could sue. If I was worried about a lawsuit, like I wouldn't like be baiting it. It's like I'm not worried about it.
So one thing I wanted to ask you too is like with the whole body slam thing that recently happened, they were like, hey man, the Nick LoPiccolo interview wasn't a reason why, but this show's no longer on our platform and everyone's fired.
Who's left there? By the way, I don't even know anyone over there. Like, I mean, like to the extent I know anyone, it was Corey, and all I do is like just shit text that like people are like stupid in this article or that. But like typically it's like football. It's not even like we don't talk like wrestling shit. Just like look at this stupid like reporter or whatever it is, and like I saw the blowback, and I mean, like again, what did I say that I have not said in written form? I had a sweatshirt on, which by the way I've got on now. That says "God bless whoever hating on me." I saw that on a Jalen Hurts Manning cast, I think 2 years ago. I had a hat that my old assistant bought, who left in the middle of this. It said "Professional Internet Troll." And when you sign into StreamYard, you get to put whatever you want underneath your name. And I wrote 5'3" coke addict. Like, are you serious? Like, and by the way, like, whatever. Again, like, a lot of that, if I'm not giving off the fact that's like, or the hints that like, why are you like taking whatever seriously? I think there's such a, I don't know, like appetite to just try and reinforce whatever people's like self worldview is in the space, and like, it's stupid. It's stupid. It's whatever.
I'm back for 2. Sweet says all AEW did was free you to bully them more.
I mean,
so would you agree with that assessment? Like you were.
I don't know if that like again, like it's not about just that. I mean, like there is so much that is involved with company politics and relationships. Like, I'd been to that company for almost 17 years. My sort of partner in crime, who was on the Hollywood Reporter, like top sports agent list in August, like he's the managing partner of the firm. I was his assistant 16 years ago. There's just a lot. I mean, the business was shrinking in terms of traditional business with film and TV for everyone, especially after the writer's strike, the double strike, the writers and actors strike, and COVID. Yeah. And, again, like all of these things can be different factors and multipliers. I mean, there's definitely a lot of pressure and a lot of unnecessary pressure that was very repetitive. But like, again, like it's not something where I have any sort of animosity towards anyone I worked with over there for many, many years. I'm still working with them on a bunch of different things. I don't think there's a ton of rules that you have to do things the same way that's been done historically for however many like decades, and whatever. It's all positive. It just like the amount of like attention and focus on me like specifically. I mean, like rumoredly, like just the preface, that All In Evolution July weekend last year, I was getting a bunch of texts and a bunch of phone calls from people saying, and whether this is actually true or not, again, I'll preface it because
allegedly,
whatever, hypothetically, but that so and so wants to know if you pay for articles for all these wrestlers with Deadline. I'm like, no, like I've had relationships there. I've been in business for a long, long time. And I was trying to elevate and cross these artists over, and have have them grow in Hollywood along with whatever the growth is with TKO, which is going to be a different thing than it was with Vince. And it was like paranoia. Like, does Nick, does Paradigm, are they owned by WME? Or are they owned by WWE? Like, well, I get it. Whether that was said directly or not, that's what got back to me. And it was like July 11th, and then July 13th, there's 300-some thousand views on a poster or a post of my daughter giving a thumbs up, which I don't give a fuck about. Like, I don't watch or like care about how AEW is doing creatively. I think they got great people over there, and they probably have like people who are not that great. Like, there's a lot of business and a lot of things to go around for people, but like it just became this fixation only on Twitter. None of this stuff crossed over to Instagram. None of it crossed over to Facebook or to like any other platform. Like there's no views on what I do on Instagram. There's like 120 people like view my like Instagram story. Like, what the fuck is like, everyone's like obsessive over like thinking like, okay, I care about like this or that. But like the amount of troll tweets, and especially when I'm not paying attention, then I'm harassing or I got fired for harassing clients. And the ones they picked are like kind of my best friends, like of all the clients I got. Like, it's stupid. And I think a lot of the Twitter stuff is graffiti and, the void. Like, I mean, at least that's what I thought. Kind of still don't believe it matters that much, but like, I want to be respectful of clients I'm in business with. So like, I don't want to be talking about what they're doing, especially at this point, because it's such a, it's just stupid. What's like, it makes no sense what's happening. And if it looks like it makes no sense, like, how do you think I feel?
So here, I got Chris Walski for 2 sweet says, do you find this BS in other sports fandom?
I mean, I didn't know. I think this follows politics, which I'm not, I don't have like clients in that arena. I think film and television actors and representatives in that space were traditionally, they're not on social platforms. It's a little bit more antithetical to an actor or director to reveal, or even like a rock star to like reveal too much of themselves. I think that's kind of changed in music over the last decade or two. But I think the live sports, especially around wrestling or UFC or fights or boxing or politics, that conversation lives on Twitter. Certain other things live on Twitch. Certain other sort of conversations you would post or try and cultivate an audience on TikTok or YouTube. And I mean, like I've worked with like people that are specialists in how you grow different channels for an ecosystem for say like one artist, right?
Yeah,
they're all different. They're all different, but like the conversation day to day in terms of okay, like you got to be the mix. It's sort of the water cooler in Town Square, which is pretty fucking toxic. Town Square now. It's Twitter. So I think that's combat sports, and I think it's politics. It might be some other stuff, but like, or game day NFL. Like it's not, or NBA. But it's not like driving conversation beyond the platform typically.
So one thing you said, oh yeah, I wanted to ask, are you still cool with like Famous Davis and everything? Like, are you? I
never met him before that story. I had no idea who he was before I saw like that popped up in my feed, and my kids were sleeping. It was like kind of cold, and again, just kind of was amused, and I've been texting here and there, but like none of this registers for me. It's just like I'm not bothered, and at the same time, like I also think it's important to be in the mix and understand what the conversation is that's driving all this stuff forward. And again, like I was not anticipating or intending to be the main character. I got kind of thrust into it with, if you believe there were amplified reputational attacks or whatever, like I've alleged, or not, like I wasn't like sitting here like thinking, okay, let me go be some sort of like Twitter personality. Like well, whatever. Like here I am, and I'm not going to be sunned or killed. So whatever.
And dude, I remember like I think a couple people like backed you up when you said when you put out the initial tweet. Wasn't there like another guy who was like, yeah, this is true? There was a couple guys and they never took. I can't remember, man. I thought the original tweet
July or like this weekend.
No. Like the tweet where you were the one that set everything off, where you were like, "There's no catering backstage" or whatever. The one that everybody goes to. I'm pretty sure like other agents were like, "Yeah, he's right" or whatever.
No other agents are on fucking Twitter, like real ones.
So I just thought that there was somebody.
I mean, maybe there were. I mean, but
yeah, like people who backed you up, and they have names too that are kind of like in sports, and it's like fucking none of them got heat. It was just you.
So all right, so my partner's family is from Georgia, from Atlanta. I'm from Pennsylvania originally. We go back in the summers to visit, both sets of parents with the kids. And that sort of coincided with 3 days or 4 days or whatever of Saturday Night's Main Event and Evolution. And like, I'm like, okay, cool. Like, I don't need to go like stay at her parents' house. Like, great. I can go expense a nice hotel. I did Nobu Hotel in Atlanta. I was just chilling in the saltwater pool. The kids would come by, after like they spent time with their grandparents, and all of a sudden, like out of nowhere, Dave Meltzer starts like going on at me saying that you have the like, why are you melting down about AEW? I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? I'm sitting in the pool. In the pool.
It's the greatest thing I've ever seen.
So the thing is, like, I'm so damn fucking fast with my responses. I was like, I'm sitting like it's like a 3-foot saltwater pool at Nobu in Atlanta. So I'm like doing whatever I'm doing. I see this like notification come in, like, why are you like crashing out about AEW's existence? I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? I'm just like sitting in a pool, like just like chilling. By the way, I think I had a hat on at the time. It's on Twitter. That said, "God bless whoever hating on me," randomly. And then he responded whatever I said back and said, so only someone who has a brain the size of a chipmunk would think that. And I just said something like, you speak whatever you want to speak, and no one, you say nothing. Like in 10 seconds, all of a sudden, like those posts blew up. Again, I just thought I was like clapping back at bullshit, and yada yada yada. Here we are.
Yeah, the whole thing with Dave, man, is he just condescends, and he's like the dumbest ass motherfucker ever. But he said on his message board, somebody who's like in his paid message board screen grabbed it, and he did say that like he was told not to talk about you.
I mean, who knows if that's true? How can you have no idea like to believe him or not believe him on anything? Like, I mean, like it's all like at least my view of him and my view of observing all those like posts is like none of it makes logical like sense or any sort of connective A to B like he's actually observing and trying to be neutral about whatever it is. I mean, like, maybe he thinks he is, but like no one would know anyone in my space, put it that way. So like whatever I think, by the way, Phil, I think you sent me that post and something about Ozanian or whatever whoever that is, the guy that did the $2 billion valuation on Forbes, like whatever for AEW, like he's been sent here to discredit Ozanian. Like, who the fuck's Ozanian? I Google it. Like you guys don't know. Like, no one has any connections to my space. Like, no one knows anyone in my world.
BJ Bethel. You mean guys?
No one has any fucking relationships in my world. Like, what the fuck you saying that you so and so in the lot thinks that they think that you're like you don't know anyone in Hollywood. What are you talking about?
You mean BJ Bethel and his call sheets are real? How dare you, sir?
Dude. So anyway.
We might have lost you again for a sec. Went a little Robetronic on us. Chat, I hope you guys are enjoying this. Yeah, Nick, you're like muted or something, brother. Yeah, I'm not sure what happened. We may have lost the good brother here. Nick LoPiccolo. Let's give him some time to. Meltzer got to him. Yeah, we got the bots are coming after the stream. Start talking about Dave and shit goes awry. I'm not sure if he muted himself or if, again, it was just bad signal or Wi-Fi or whatever, but hopefully he'll be back here soon. I got a couple questions. He left. I think he's going to re-enter. I got a couple questions for him that I've lined up too. So that hopefully he'll be gracious enough to answer. Or maybe his phone died or something and we're fucked and we're going to have to pick this up on another thing. We'll see. We'll see if he rejoins. He has the link. Nick, if you can hear this, you have the link. So just click that same link. What do you guys think? This is good shit or what? Meltzer hacked his Wi-Fi. Yeah, I don't think Meltzer is able to do that.
Baby, learn Meltzer Inferno.
Here, let me check my it might just be a fucking dead thing. Oh no, here we go. Back on the show, ladies and gentlemen.
Right, so where did you lose me?
Where did we lose him, chat? Basically, I mean, you were going off. So,
all right, so I'll start over. So BJ Bethel.
Yes, exactly.
Whatever. BJ Bethel. There was I had no idea. I've never heard his name in my life. Yes. There was a tweet that. So there was like 2 Dave Meltzer tweets. There's whatever that Ricochet tweet saying, "Oh, you got a little bit of attention. That must make you feel good." I'm like, what? Or, like all of these things, like when they compound one on top of the other, especially in a 2-3 day cycle for the algorithm of X, it keeps you in the algorithm and it amplifies you. So most people, try and defend themselves or try and say, "Oh God, I don't have the brain the size of a chipmunk," or whatever the fuck they say. I just started just clapping back at everybody, and I didn't even know that was happening, and all of a sudden it was all over Twitter for like a week. But so I never heard of Bethel. There was a tweet that came in or something. I got a notification that says an agent shouldn't be this stupid, and when I went to click on it, like within 6 minutes, I said, "Okay, you got a problem?" Like whatever. I was blocked. It already had like 130,000 views and like 80 to 100 comments, which clearly is not. I mean, maybe it is. Maybe that's inspired a bunch of people who do not know me and who do not post on BJ Bethel posts, like which I've seen after that in a sort of demonstrable way. It just was like stupid. He blocked me in 6 minutes, and then his whole thing. Okay, like an agent shouldn't be this stupid. You do not know anyone in Hollywood. You live in Ohio. Like, And maybe you went to high school with somebody, maybe like there's somebody like I live 5 minutes from Disney. I live 5 minutes from Warner Brothers. I've been in like Hollywood 17 years. I know people at every level of the studio, TV, film. Like this is what I do day to day. You don't know any of this stuff, and you claimed whatever you claimed on what SE Scoops, what SC Scoop. Like, what the fuck is that website? Like, no, it's not real. It's not real. No.
Yeah, that was pretty funny, man. Speaking of the websites, though, Ringside News, dude, Steve Carrier. You don't have to talk about it if you don't want to. But
No,
like,
talk about it. Like
he blew up on you. We covered it on the last show. I
talk about him.
What the fuck happened? Like he was covering you so favorably.
But no, like favorably or not, like I never met the guy. I had no idea what like that is. Like I you know, when all this stuff was going on, yeah, I saw a bunch of articles that, you know, the past couple of months that had weird ass fucking AI images of me, like from like 2011, like looking angry or looking like some other person. Like there was just all these like aggregation, just stupid things that were just pulling stuff about whatever. And you know, a couple texts here or there, but I mean, like not texts, like DMs, like I mean DMs, like or whatever. Like again, I'll be cordial. Like I don't want to like someone reaches out. I'm not gonna like try and create enemy, but like whatever the fuck you thought I said or didn't say, whatever I actually did say, I had a title that said professional internet troll. I said on that stream, I don't think that you should accuse Sean Ross Sapp of doing cocaine on streams because he lives in Kentucky. I don't think you can buy coke in Kentucky. By the way, I've never been to Kentucky. Like,
you can definitely get coke in Kentucky.
I don't know. Like, I mean, I'm just like, you know, I jumped on a stream unannounced with a stoner that I've never interacted with a hat that said troll and a byline that said coke addict, and like I'm just fucking riffing like I'm doing now. And all of a sudden, Carrie's like, "You leaked that." I feel like, what are you fucking saying? Like,
yeah, so that's what I wanted to like. He accused you of saying like you leaked to Fightful or whatever, and then he melted down because he's got some hate boner for Sapp.
I don't
and then
give a fuck. Like, I just told him, don't fucking talk about me like that, and I blocked him.
It's almost like his hatred for Sapp like made you just bringing him up at all like overlap, and he's like, "Fuck you! How dare you?" And it was just like,
I don't know what I mean. Like, the thing is, like, I don't. Again, like I want to separate like quote unquote dirt sheets with like whatever. I mean, like clearly this is a ecosystem and something that like is part and parcel right now of this industry. And like, you know, fine, people are engaged, people are passionate, like whatever. But like I don't give a fuck about talking about crazy stuff. I'm not going to leak things, whatever. Like, but if people are reaching out because like I'm accessible and like, yeah, it's made more accessible by whatever the amplification of or misunderstanding of things over last summer, like fine. I would rather just, you know, demystify or have people hear it, not like all just like me just roasting people all the last like 48 hours, but like, you know, like I'll tell you what I believe, what I think's happening. Doesn't mean like it's always right or not, but like what's been kind of clear, especially over the last like 8 months, is most of the people I've thought would have a basic understanding after I explain certain things have zero understanding at all, still, or they don't want to. They don't want to have it.
Exactly.
So,
no, you're right.
What?
Especially on Twitter, bro. You can explain shit inside it out, and people it doesn't register.
Wait, I haven't done that.
I'm saying you have done that for sure.
I'm joking. I mean, like I've tried short stuff. I've tried like longer format, just to like I've tried to do some anecdotes that were completely indirect and unrelated to certain things to like be able to give, I don't know, like some sort of insider reference or way to understand kind of the whatever was happening at the moment or whatever like I was trying to express with whatever the situation is. But like what basically kind of the bastardized sort of version of what I've viewed is that there is a engagement farming, like not even an intelligent one, sort of ecosystem that all sort of revolves around this idea that there's a war between the two wrestling companies, and you know, they're trying to get clicks, they're trying to get whatever they're trying to do is $14.99 or 50% off of it, whatever, or $7 on Patreon, like whatever it is. By the way, I want everyone to make their money, but like instead of like, oh, he's crazy, he's a lunatic, he's out of his mind, like don't listen to him, like that's just, that sounds like I mean, I'm gonna have a failed historic sort of real life reference, but like it's like, okay, horse and buggy, now there's a car, like I mean, like you guys are gonna like, this is happening without me, the fact that like I've been trying to engage because I was engaged directly, whether I wanted to be or not. Like if I don't exist in this world at all, like what's in motion would happen anyway. Put it that way.
Dude, and look at these like I have them up on screen. Like, look at this shit. Nobody knows 2027, but you made point. Nobody knows 2027, but you crying. It's like, bro, these are fucking bots. Like they're all the first letter of each word is fucking capitalized. Ratings don't matter. UFC same. Ratings don't matter because cable. Like that is not just bad. Like that's not even people bots. That's like AI.
Who knows what it is? Who knows what it is,
man? But it's undeniable
crazy.
though.
But all right, so Phil, so I posted in the past, and maybe I'll try and resurface it. Like OnlyFans articles from Wired or from other sort of like other like Esquire, maybe it wasn't the right one, but like actual publications of the. And again, I don't work with anyone who's done OnlyFans, but kind of fascinating that there's this whole economy of script writers from $2 to $5 an hour, according to these articles, like multiple articles that are paid to write the responses to direct messages or whatever for whether they're real women or they're AI women or whatever the fuck is on OnlyFans. Like, so again, like the bot farm astroturfing concept, you would hear about it, at least I'd hear about it during the elections and Trump and Biden or whatever. It didn't really sort of hit home until like the whole like Blake and Baldoni stuff kind of blew up in Hollywood and the media, and then like experiencing and being able to sort of have a visual or spatial like perception of, oh shit, this is really weird. Like why is this happening? And then breaking it down, like I don't know where they come from. And by the way, like I'm sure that it's somehow offshore to wherever they offshore, and whether it's, I'm sure, multiple different regions, but like whether it's AI or there's people that don't speak English that are trying to use AI, right, and something malfunction at some point, it's really no better other than like the same repetitive attacks I've been getting from get help, seek help. I did my good deed for today. Go put your head in a pile of cocaine, crackhead. Why? I hope your daughter has a better role model. Like it's the same damn attacks. Like and by the way, whether they're written well or not, I've encountered bots, especially after that David Zaslav photo on a week and a half, like 6-7 weeks ago. Like the bots all stopped for like within 10 minutes, except for like one or two like maybe like we wandered into the mentions going whatever they were saying, but like they're from like India or Malaysia. Like I mean, it's on my timeline. Like it's like my timeline has all of it. Like if you would ever want to go search back through all of it, like that whole like giant shit pile of texts and replies, but like there's no better evidence or way to build a case should anyone care than if I observe something, I just say it out loud. And then like particularly with this situation, the more I've it's like ebbed and flowed where typically when I guess maybe like I've kind of perceived where it's been a bit of a quiet period or something like that. Like it ramps back up, or like there's some sort of maybe perceived vulnerability or like whatever it is, it ramps back up. So again, like those are my observations, and again, I'm being a little not crude, but basic in trying to describe it. Like,
yeah,
it's just it's. I don't spend any time worrying about what's being said. I've been.
We might have lost him again. We might have lost you, Nick, again. You said you're not worried about what's being said. You've been. That was the last thing you said, and then you cut off there. But I'll read this while we get you back. I'm sure Nick will come back here. I'm hanging out, and I'll be waiting for him. So, CWJ1288 for 5 says people should appreciate the rare insight you are providing. It is rare to have an insider explain the inner workings of the entertainment space. Thank you, and I'm sure Nick can hear that. That's directed at Nick. He is thanking you for, providing rare insight. And I think that's what Nick did in. Hey, now you're back. We can. Here I go.
I know where I left off, but let's just move on.
Yep. Here, this guy just wanted to compliment you. Said people should appreciate the rare insight you're providing. It is rare to have an insider explain the inner workings of the entertainment space. Thank you. And I think that's what triggered a lot of people online in the IWC was just the fact that you come from like a whole different perspective that Dave lies about having, or other people might pretend they like BJ Bethel with his call sheets and shit. But then you actually come with it. And it just sort of opened a lot of people's eyes to the situation, I guess, with AEW and what people perceive. Like, did you see today they're going to be on Roku or whatever? Like, it seems like
they're going to be an app in a which is like Roku calls it a channel. So what the announcement was like Fire Stick, Fire TV, Apple TV, Roku TV, and like whatever the fourth thing.
That was it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
So what that means is like the My AEW app is
on. Yeah.
Right. It's like okay, like it's like downloading a game on your iPhone or like your Android. So it's available at the store. It's not the same thing as I'm not knocking this at all. Like,
Me neither, yeah, but it screams what you were saying, like YouTube. Now we're on the Roku TV.
Well, the first thing is Roku pays money. Again, I'm happy to put out repost threads which were just informative and meant to be informative and for people that wanted to read them. But I did this like 3-post like the breakdown of what the live rate media landscape is in 2027. I want to say like late February, start of March. Roku pays I want to say like around 150, 200,000 an episode, or not an episode, per hour of like per 2 hours of like live programming. What they're doing now, like, I mean, the mandates of these places change pretty often. But like they're pretty much heavy into female sports stories, or having like prestige docs. I mean, in terms of financing. So, and also like having them be something that's on the home screen. So like what that means is, okay, so you use Roku to log into your other apps or TV. The Roku channel will have a side thing with like Rich Eisen. I think they had for a long time. Yeah. So, they are what's kind of called a AVOD or like Tubi or Pluto in that sort of competitive space. But like they're paying real money. And by the way, like Netflix was a DVD by mail company before they became Netflix. So the separation between is even like Amazon. I had signed IMDb, which was purchased, I want to say, I don't know, like a decade or 15 years back by Amazon for $500 million. And the liaison was like head of marketing or PR or whatever, but like high up in that company came from Amazon, which I think she had started when there were like 25 employees on, I want to say it was like the 9th or 7th floor of Nordstrom's, above Nordstrom's in Seattle. So, they acquired IMDb in, I don't know, 20 years back for $500 million or whatever. I mean, if I'm wrong, you can fact check on Google. But like Amazon has their own strategy for Prime Video. They also have the ability to host channels for Prime or for not Prime, for Max or for Peacock or for Apple TV. Or like, I mean, so you can subscribe through the carrier through the your Prime Video streaming service.
Right.
The same way like on Xbox or whatever, or PlayStation Live, there's apps and you can subscribe. But the difference is no one is putting money forward to market that. It's an app on a store. In terms of what that means, I mean, it's a good thing for sure for AEW, for any company to have that sort of carriage and availability on those 4 platforms. And by the way, that's where a lot of customers and consumers are being missed by traditional Hollywood. But it's not the same thing as, okay, the pay-per-view is available on Triller or on Amazon, so Amazon's going to want to be in business. They're 2 completely separate business models. Doesn't mean that they won't want to be in business, but it is what it is in the moment. It's an app on that channel. So if you have a Fire Stick or Roku
TV, I got a Roku TV, and they put like ads for stuff on the side, and it's usually like dominated by hockey or like whatever big movies coming out. So, or whatever sport or big sporting event or whatever. Yeah, big movies coming out. So I don't think AEW would even get featured in something like that.
It's an app in a store. Yeah. It's not going to get featured. What's going to get featured in those banners, and again, it has nothing to do with AEW or if WWE was an app in the store. It's the original stuff they're trying to monetize, that they're putting money behind, that they either own or they license, goes on those click through those home screen banners. By the way, the AVOD model, the Roku, the Tubis, the Plutos of the world, like, it's totally different and different consumer base and who they're trying to who their current subscribers are, and the numbers in terms of like who has Tubi, and also the people that find like eccentric movies and other things like on some of these free ad supported platforms. Like, they're all interesting. They're going to evolve. They're going to be something different in a year or two, just like the rest of these major studios, major streaming companies are. But like, it's an app that's available if you've got Roku or Chrome or Fire Stick or Apple, whatever. Fine, it's fine. That's what it is.
So, okay, you brought up Triller. AEW suing Triller for $5 million. They were on Triller for 7 years. Earlier in tonight's show, I said, that sounds like not a lot of money. So, like, is Dave inflating these pay-per-view buys? Is
I haven't even looked at whatever that he's written, right? But like Triller, so Triller, I had worked with and represented Mike Tyson with my colleague Andrew Paradigm for like 7 years, and we signed him after he had announced Legends Only League and before he had settled on Roy Jones Jr. as the initial opponent. And at that time, I don't know if he was the founder of the company or he came in later. It was Ryan Cavanaugh, who was very, very well known in Hollywood for being the CEO of Relativity Media. And that was very sort of public and well documented that, Ryan had a helicopter he flashed from Malibu and the Palisades and to West Hollywood. And all of a sudden, like, it went kaboom and they ran out of money. And like at one point, like Kevin Spacey was like in his partner, Dana were installed as like the heads of Relativity. But Ryan's really kind of been. It should be celebrated for what he built with the Relativity and what he was trying to do with Triller. But there's arbitration. There was confidential things that went on after that sort of Tyson Jones fight that have nothing really to do directly other than with promoters, which I'm not even saying like the fighters, but like the other people who were direct signatories with Triller. And I think Ryan had exited the company or Triller or whatever a couple years back. It's always been a bit of, and again, I don't want to say anything about the companies. I don't know the balance sheet or recently, but the perception I've had and that others have had is that it's not as well capitalized, and then the reputation is that they since like even like 6-7 years ago when they kind of came on the scene, they don't really kind of get your money up front. The bill's not the money might not come in if you don't get it up front. That makes sense.
Yeah. Speaking of upfront, man, the upfronts as well. Like I think that's where the bots came after you. You were saying something about the upfronts, and people are like, "Oh, well, there was a banner
the
for
upfront for this
AEW."
afternoon. Like whatever I was saying last night, I was clapping back about like I made some like stupid satirical, which I think is kind of funny article about the two dead studio heads that were being moderated by Anthony Bourdain under the supervision of a Mexican hallucinogenic toad, which kind of was all kind of
ayahuasca.
meant to mock in a way, like, okay, there's drugs and lunatic. I don't know, like about it. Like Tyson's been very vocal, and as has Joe Rogan, other people about the toad DMT. I've never done it, but I thought, okay, how funny would it be to try and make the point a different way? That instead of Dave's sort of arguments are, of course, like AEW is worth $10 billion and WWE is worth $20 billion. Like, I'm not even being negative, or you're an idiot if you don't believe it. Like what? So like it's not how you debate or how you get anything pushed forward. So I'm like, all right, so let me just go through and try and make it a bit different of a way to explain what I've already tried to explain for months, and just also make it funny. So I think that for whatever reason, I don't know, there were a bunch of weird activity on one particular post and not others last night. And the upfront thing, I think sometime this afternoon, there was something about his AEW featured on the WBD upfronts.
Yeah, every year.
Whatever.
Yeah, it seems like the IWC gets like fixated on that every time there's upfronts,
Whatever. I mean, like, so the upfronts typically, like, they're meant for TV networks to roll out, here's our shows for the year. Aren't these shows really, really great? And we're going to debut this new show with this new star. And then that's the first 30 to 45 or 55 minutes of the upfronts program. And then all of the commercial, like main, like big budget stars and shows, they all leave and they go to whatever they're doing, interviews, off site. And at night there's a big, typically bought out room with all the executives from that network, or that, with all the stars and the reps and giant seafood towers and whatever else you would imagine. But beyond and after that first like 45 minutes, there's every other sort of ancillary department or ancillary network. So I'll use, as I posted this, Peacock or NBC Universal as an example. And I remember being there for The Expanse, like I think years back, with Thomas Jane, which was on Sci-Fi. Like,
shout out Thomas Jane, dude. He fucking rules.
Yeah, TJ's awesome. Like, TJ's great. Like but like after you get through, okay, whatever the big sort of popcorn things are on NBC, then let's sit and go through the premium cable networks that were in that portfolio, whether it's USA or Sci-Fi or whatever else was in that portfolio at the time. And then then there's a break in the third hour or fourth hours. Okay, here is I joked in a tweet, like, tiny houses with big Jersey women, like a reality TV show. Like, okay, here's 20 shows on Bravo. Okay, click, here's all the 20 shows on E. And that's not really like they're selling ad space to people that are representing buyers, representing brands that would buy in that space, trying to get them hyped. The fact that they're on part of that presentation or not part of the presentation, it really means nothing. Like the fact that people are like putting this weight on it, like what I think was interesting, a couple, I think maybe 2025, Netflix does their own upfront. They call it Next on Netflix. They did it at the Egyptian Theater, I think February last year. And Bella, who's a chairman of Netflix, had, again, you can Google it, 12 people on stage with her. There was no one from the representation community there for the beginning of the event. It was the Egyptian Theater on Hollywood Boulevard, which Netflix bought. and it was Ben Affleck, Matt Damon, Tina Fey, the Duffer Brothers, Gable Del Toro, I forget who else, and then Rhea Ripley and CM Punk. So, you know, 2 WWE people and 10 A-list actors and directors. All that shows, okay, that Netflix was really, really bullish in putting the two people that were representative of brand, and that they were excited about, you know, they had to be excited because they made the investment, but however you want to spin it, on stage with 10 A-list or A-list actors, directors. That was February 2025. I don't know what happened with like the Disney ESPN stuff with, I heard Cody and McAfee were part of that. Like,
yeah.
I haven't watched anything. I haven't looked at any of it, but like, there's no value to ascertain or to put on. Okay, well, you know, they're part of the upfront, so everything is great, and they're getting extra hours or whatever. No, it has no correlation, good, bad, and different. It just has nothing to do with anything. Nothing. It's zero to do with it. So you know, and so to take it negatively or take it positively is just there's just such a misunderstanding of what it is. It's by the Warner Brothers Discovery Studio. You know, they're going to go through a bunch of layoffs, and as any company does when there's an acquisition and a merger of two companies, and then they're going to have to figure out what the combined, you know, TV studio, film studio, whatever those mandates are, right. As they, you know, minimize or, you know, the redundancies and maximize whatever the synergies are for, you know, whatever the private equity talk is, but like. You know, like from a creative studio perspective, in terms of being able to buy and be excited about shows and programs for the following year, like obviously they know that there's a approval date, either it's going to accept or reject this merger. That's whatever, you know, September is kind of the target date, but everyone's saying in the press. So like, yeah, the article came out, Hollywood Reporter, had nothing to do at all with AEW, saying it seemed like a funeral. That's what it meant. Like there's no ability for those executives to go buy and be developing or putting a lot of marketing and muscles, whatever, from the studio behind certain things. They know the studio is going to be acquired. That's all that meant. And you know, again, like whatever I've said or people, you know, I believe about the rest of the media landscape, whether that's going to come to pass or not, this is something they're selling ad inventory, which they're going to do anyway. Whether they're, you know, the fact that AEW was part of the presentation next to whatever the other reality stack of programming was for WBD. Again, like the knock that people might infer from what I had written is that that's not prestigious. Well, it's not, but it's also not like it's not their fault. The studio's being sold. So like, you know, you know, it's not something you need to put any sort of personal feelings on, if that makes sense.
Stock into, yeah.
That's why this is something that happens, and like, okay, so you know, they're selling the ad inventory, and life goes on, and we'll see what happens with the merger or not. That's all it means. It's not like, okay, like Warner Brothers is really excited. Like Warner Brothers didn't include them. They're selling ad inventory. That's all that is.
So if you were an act like the New Day, and I mean, or, you know, whatever, an act like the New Day, and let's say what would you recommend they do, or what would you?
I have no idea what their situation is. Like, I read what was rumored. I haven't talked to anybody about like what the actual reality of that is, because I want to be, you know, it's not my business. And
so
like, I want to be the
go to
stuff of it.
AEW. Would you encourage them to go to AEW? Like, maybe I don't even know if you can touch it.
Well, I mean, like, so in a vacuum, right? You do whatever's best for the act, whatever's best for the artist. I mean, it's not about what the representative, personally wants or believes, but it's evaluate the marketplace. You evaluate it, at least if it was me that was giving advice about, okay, like, what's the upside? What's the, you know, guaranteed money? What's the ability to do outside projects if that's something that people want to do in that clients want to do in that scenario, or what's your other opportunities? What's the leverage? So if that's something that they would want to do and that they feel is a fair deal, absolutely they should do it. I mean, but again, I have nothing against people doing what's right for them in the moment in the space. I think that the fallacy is that I've been so attacked for just saying stuff that's completely alien to what people have heard for 3 years from Dave Meltzer. I'm sorry, but that's what you've been hearing for a while is I'm sure he's right about the history and shit. He's not right about anything at all in the current media landscape.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's just interesting because it's let's say you're the New Day, you sign for a bunch of money, presumably they get a bunch, the lower tier AEW people probably not getting paid so much, mid to lower, but then when you get to the upper echelon, they're getting paid a lot.
I mean, I know a lot of that information. I don't want to go down that road because I don't want to get my fucking hands slapped again.
I'll stop poking there, but
I mean, you can ask. I'm just going to tell you.
Yeah, well, my whole thing is they would probably go there and get paid, but then if they just end up on Roku /my AEW /YouTube until they land where? Where do you foresee them landing, if anywhere, if you just had to make an educated guess? And would that be beneficial to the New Day, or would you be go to MLW and see what you can? Because money's not everything either, right? We know from Jade,
it's up to the individual. It's up to the individual based on the individuals, what they've got saved, what their goals are personally, what they want to do next, if they have where they're at in their personal life. I mean, I don't know if they've got, children, or they want, if travel is a part of the conversation, also what the budgets are that these different companies, the people I was working with in WWE were very, very specific, and most of them were unique and at the top of the roster. And I took a handful of shots on people I think will be there that were, I'm sure you know who the names are. I don't feel like getting into any specific names because then they get aggregated by people like Steve Kerr, and then fuck that. But do whatever's best for the individual talent in the situation, and you got to get the information from everybody and evaluate the pros and cons. And it's you can't advise people in a vacuum without that sort of context.
So can I ask you this too? And this might be too uber markish, but it's do you think any of the heat stems from because Jade Cargill again told Tone he thought he was going to be able to afford her, and really he just kind of found out money's not everything, and she wanted. Do you think maybe there's some heat there that you didn't even know about, and then when you went on Twitter and said some shit that just
maybe
exacerbated
residual,
your claims?
Maybe residual. I'm not specifically tied to any of the talents that were associated with me. I think maybe it's without not being too cavalier. This what I was happening at that time. I mean, whether it was from a couple of days after WrestleMania 39 in Philly, when the first client I announced was Priest in Variety, to all of a sudden we were getting a lot of traction in Deadline, and a lot of that was also that Hollywood was looking at Netflix as, well, Netflix has disrupted the entire market before. Stranger Things is huge, and everything else. It's Netflix is winning Oscars now. If Netflix is disrupting, maybe we should pay attention to it. That's part of it. That's part of it too. I think that the idea that there was an aggressive sort of coordinated push by me and the team I had assembled to strategically try and raise the profile of some of those the wrestlers and talents, and again, this is it's a long game. It's not something you sign somebody and you just slam them into something. People maybe, but the way I was looking at trying to craft that paradigm, and the way I'm still looking at it is, okay, what's best for these human beings from a long-term perspective, irrespective of if you're not necessarily competing WWE, AEW, XYZ, ABC, it doesn't, like, whatever. You're competing against like people that are spending their consumer dollars on concerts or on movie tickets or the NFL. Like, and there's been such a crossover. Historically, it's been proven with Rock, Batista, Cena recently, but even before that, like most of the traditional big Hollywood movie stars are not your Juilliard trained. I mean, there have been those, but like Schwarzenegger, Stallone, Statham, you go back through like the people, Gerard Butler, the people that are actually financing or financeable at the studio level, Channing Tatum, like not to say that they're saying they're varying degrees of acting ability and like whatever, but like there's been a proven pattern of wrestlers who have been able, mostly like when they've left the Vince McMahon WWE, to break into Hollywood, and most of that has been, in my opinion, without a strategic, proactive sort of plan while they were still on the platform. So, when you have crowds in past years booing, whether it was, Lesnar, Goldberg, or whatever, people are leaving, and they know they're leaving. You don't have to do that necessarily anymore. So, like, how do you take advantage of like the fact that it's a different world? There's all these different streaming services and studios that it's going to look brand new tomorrow, and it's just all different. So, what I think the residual effect of whether it was one particular talent, and I think that's nonsense. Honestly, I think that I think everyone, both companies, are learning that as this has gone on for the last year and a half. As again, irregardless of me, regardless of Hollywood, like the landscape's been changing, right? So, people react how they react. But the fact that I think that it's been uber competitive from the one side in terms of what their self-perception and worldview is and how they fit into the idea of a wrestling war and other things. And again, like it's the landscape in media has been disrupted. It's going to continue to be. And I think in terms of what the options are that are on the table, of course, that's what
I want to ask you about.
Go ahead.
Well, just what options are on the table? You said it. So Smoke Sessions Pod, Famous Davis, I want to shout him out. He's in chat and he said AEW won't head to Paramount because of Nexstar Media. Warner also owns the stake in Nexstar.
What's that to do? So again, so here's the thing. Like what Dave and others have posted about, so MMA is not necessarily competitive to pro wrestling. Okay, fine, but UFC is part of the architecture of that studio. So when Ellison was making the move to acquire Warner Brothers, part of that acquisition was that it was sought in Hollywood by many for the last couple of years that Paramount Plus, Max, Warner Brothers, and Peacock, 2 of those 3 will survive. Only 2, right? Because you need to scale and combine 2 of them to have the ability on Wall Street and otherwise to compete with really tech companies, Netflix, Amazon, and being the 2 main ones. And then also there's Google, YouTube in the background, which is a different sort of not really being seen as a normally functional Hollywood buyer, but they are they will be. But the combined Max and Paramount Plus numbers, I think, were, at least in the fall, I think 80 million and 122 million for Max. So you combine that, it was around 200. It's still behind Disney and Netflix and Amazon. Still behind that. So, but the idea that that they paid, whether they overpaid, they paid fairly, they underpaid for UFC, doesn't matter. They paid 7.7, arguably $1 billion over 7 years. They paid whatever they paid for South Park. They paid for other giant overhead deals, and they're paying to scale the streaming in the studio to be competitive with Netflix and Amazon and Disney. That's what they're doing. So the fact that there's also TKO that's looming there, like, again, just that's common sense. There's no inside information. It's just common sense. It just fucking common sense. And then the other information, the other sort of just common sense. So most of the studios, most of the networks, and this is, again, there's nothing I'm revealing that isn't common sense here. If they before these mergers, like I want to say 2 years ago, if they were not in business with WWE, but they knew WWE's media rights were coming up, which were spread out the same way that like the NFL does it, that like multiple different studios and network partners. If they didn't have them, they would want to make sure that they were in the mix to be able to bid for them, whether they got them or not. So that was like 2 years ago, right? So it just kind of, how does it fit into the stack and the priorities of any of these platforms? I think that if there is a investment in pro wrestling as a niche by whoever I think 17 to 19 actual buyers in town that have the money and the ability to market like this sort of thing, like the ones that were left were Roku, YouTube, Amazon, and Fox that didn't have some sort of tie up with TKO or a competitive sort of product in terms of also what their mandate is. But like Amazon wants big, gigantic, global things that drive Prime subscriptions. Apple does not want anything that's not PG. But there's one exception. They greenlit some prestige film with Jessica Chastain, which I don't know if it got released or got delayed. There was a little bit more adult, rated R sort of controversial thing.
Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. I don't know if it's shelved, but I don't think it came out.
It was shelved for a while, and I think it was shelved based on a political thing. But Apple does not want any. Apple's selling hardware. Apple's selling phones and tablets. So anything that they're marketing or anything they're buying, by the way, they've got a big appetite for different things. But like they put U2 on people's like iPods years ago. That's what they want still today. They want something that's very, very hits that sort of bullseye. Again, there'll be different deviations from here and there, but that's not really probably a realistic home. It may be not realistic in my view. Then when Roku did the deal with CW, where they're getting NXT the next day, and whatever. Again, I don't know the details. I haven't read them too closely of what that CW Roku tie-up is. It probably takes them off in terms of being an actual buyer, maybe not. And then, by the way, YouTube, they've got YouTube TV. They've also got, there's a bunch of different ways to slice YouTube, which is obviously owned by Google. They can throw down an MG, and by the way, they can throw down a MG being a minimum guarantee. They've got more money than anybody. They're owned by Google. So again, the landscape could change. It probably won't, because it's not going to change that. It's more of a glacial sort of progression. But my guess was my best guess is that those are the four buyers. If Paramount is not, if you believe that Paramount's not going to want to keep them as part of the go forward properties on their combined Paramount Warner Brothers slate. And by the way, Paramount Warner Brothers from a sports stack has pretty much, and I've posted this before, they've got rights to almost every sport in Big 12 and like random like other sort of things. Like they may have more sports rights than ESPN. So however that shakes out, it shakes out. But my opinion is that you just have to be completely aware of what's coming up next in the next year and a half. And again, I don't know too much because I wasn't paying attention to the space when SmackDown left Fox, but from what I kind of looked back roughly, like I think it was public that they were leaving in like sometime in a year before they actually left in 2024. I think that was known in 2023. Yeah. It may be known before that. So Like,
and I think Fox like copped to. I think they even said like they didn't market it well or some shit like that. Like they kind of took some onus of that as well. But the revisionist history on that is like, oh, they got.
I mean, I think there's an exclusive negotiating period or whatever, probably a first right of refusal to negotiate with your incumbent partner. Again, like I don't have the details in front of me. I read those articles just kind of out of curiosity 2-3 weeks back. But there's nothing weird about saying, okay, like we need to think about what's next a year and a half from now. And by the way, when WWE is moving to Netflix off of USA or whatever, they were promoting it months and months in advance that this is where we're going. So, like, again, it's not my business to run. I've heard and believe certain things, and without having this quoted and being all over Ringside News, just read my feed.
So CWJ for 2 says, just to touch on what you were just talking about, do you believe Netflix is happy with WWE? Thank you.
Yeah, totally, completely.
Okay,
like,
there you go.
Like, I mean,
they're completely happy with it. There you go. You heard it here first.
I mean, like, by the way, I mean, like, everything that you're, whatever the ESPN this relationship is, like, I think it's more of a creative, like, okay, this is what we want, or that's what, like, we're used to. And by the way, nothing would be, again, I don't want to say anything that's taken out of context and in some stupid ass, like, fucking article. Like, I mean, that's why I'd rather have it in conversation. But, like, I think everyone's pretty happy. Like, I don't think anyone is upset with anything that's going on with any of those deals at all. And I think that, Mark Shapiro and his team and Nick Khan and his team, like, they came from my world. They know what they're doing. And there's a lot of different relationships, a lot of different long-standing relationships. Like no one's being like having the wool pulled over their eyes about anything. Like if it's something not working out, like deals will then move on to something else eventually. But there's no indication that I've seen that anyone's unhappy at any of the platforms with any of those relationships at all.
Well, okay. So when people say things like, and I don't know how long you can hang out with me here, but I'm just rifling off questions that I want. Okay. So when people say AEW is like cost efficient to maintain, like,
I have no idea what that
matter?
is. I have no idea what that means. No idea. Like, I'm not, like, none of us have access to their budget sheets. None of us have access to what the production costs are. None of us know exactly what the hotel and travel is.
That wouldn't be incentive for Paramount to be like, we'll still stay. Like, that's what I'm asking you. Like, that's not incentive in any way. Because I think Dave Meltzer said, well, the UFC is low to maintain and blah, 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 or whatever the fuck he's babbling about.
The UFC is meant to be a driver to get people to subscribe to Paramount Plus / Max when they combine the two services. It's meant to attract subscribers and also to prevent subscription customer churn, meaning that you don't drop the subscription because maybe if you sign up for UFC or you sign up for South Park, or for example, you then stay and you find other stuff on that platform. That's what all of this is intended to do. And also, like, UFC has the ability, because it's been publicly talked about, to go across the rest of that media vertical to do shows on the CBS or whatever's in the press that they've already talked about. But, like, the main reason for that number and that valuation, whatever you think is overpaid, underpaid, perfectly evaluated, it's for the combined subscription service to be able to have that compete at scale with Netflix, Disney, and Amazon. That's what the whole thesis is.
Okay, you've mentioned it a few times too. You're like, what streaming's going to look like tomorrow. So, like, give us an idea of that. Is it where all the streamers team up and then it's basically like cable, because that's what it is already, and you pay like $100 and you get?
Who knows? So I'll wrap up with this, and maybe Phil, we can do another time.
Yes.
There's additional. But so we had an agent who came over from CAA, CAA being the historically biggest and sort of most prestigious talent agencies in the 70s, 80s. I think WME's kind of outsized them in the last 10 years, but CA is still super prestigious. And clients, everyone from Tom Cruise and Meryl Streep to Scorsese, WME, like, I mean, like huge directors, everyone you know in film and TV. Rand Holston, who had a 30-year career at CAA, he's a great man. He had Stephen King, Wolfgang Peterson, James Ivory, who's like Robert Towne that wrote Chinatown, like the most like elegant writer director clients that you can imagine, and also Stephen King. So Rand came over, worked with us at Paradigm. I want to say like 2011 to 17 or 18 maybe. Very, very. No one has a bad thing to say about him. Probably has the same haircut and mustache and suit that he had for 30 years. But lovely guy, super, super smart. He brought in a professor, I want to say, from either USC or UCLA in 2011, who at the time was talking to all of us in a conference room saying, this, by the way, this was the beginning of people talking about cutting the cord. That was like a new term.
Yeah.
And at the time, the professor was like, that the consumer would pay $85 on average for cable and for whatever else. So when you start cutting all these different Netflix and you're adding on other sort of, by the way, streamers that didn't exist at the time, his theory, and I remember this from 2011, was once the number or the math of the different subscription services adds up or is costs more than the cable, like the delta or whatever the mesh point was, the inflection point, which in that time was $85. I don't know why I remember that number. Like then there will be more consolidation. There will be more. It'll go back to the other way. So what you're kind of seeing with like Netflix and Disney and other streamers adding advertising and ads on their platform. That's why they want live sports, because by having live sports, you can then bring the advertisers over and then make them also. So you want to advertise on the NFL Christmas Day games. You also have to buy. I'm making it up. $7 million in ad buys for comedy and dramas across the rest of the platform. You need that commitment. Like that's how they do it. So so by the way, the advertising, free advertising, or not even free, the lowest tier subscription with ads for any of these big streaming services, Disney or Netflix or whatever, is more profitable for those streaming companies than like the $20 like 4K or 8K like bells and whistles subscription model. Like they make more money off of this small, the bottom tier plus ads. That's where they make more money. So when you go back to an advertising ad supported model, even if there's a subscription element to it, you're going to get more things that are more procedural. Procedural meaning like 24, NCIS, like things that were like basic cable, ABC, Fox, NBC sort of shows, which are not that they're bad or good or anything, but they were formatted and constructed in a way that you can go take a cigarette break back in the 60s or 70s, whatever it was. So the idea of the streamers in the golden era, peak TV era of Hollywood, there's I think 450 or maybe like at one point 500 some original series across all these different platforms, networks, things that you've never heard of, and then a lot of them kind of consolidated or fell by the wayside. It was like the nuclear space race. Like, okay, let's USA and Russia back in the Reagan era. Like who can make the other one go bankrupt first, which basically was what was happening with Netflix and these other studios. So then there was a pullback where there's not 450 original series, and now there's I think 16 to 20% less production year on year.
You muted yourself, Nick. You were at year on year, and then it just says you muted yourself, so I'm not sure if it's a connection thing. Guys, he's dropping bars right now, but he did mute himself, so hopefully he's good. I know he does got to take off right away. We'll just give it a sec. We'll give it a sexies. Is this good, guys, or what? I got more questions but I'm not gonna keep them all night. And yeah. Tony silenced him. Nick, yeah, he got muted this time, so it's not the connection. He may have hit the mute. Here we go. A rejoin here. Let's okay, here we go. Here we go.
So before the writer's strike and actor strike, which by the way, the writers and actor strike, the dual strikes, the two strikes together was the first time and only time in Hollywood since 1960 when Ronald Reagan was the president of SAG-AFTRA, or just SAG at the time. And I don't want to simplify this too much because anytime you simplify things, you get like 15 idiots that are like nitpicking the generalization. But that was the transition from radio teleplays to this scary new thing called television. So again, like it's always been the industry trying to catch up and do collective bargaining and protect artists. Streaming's existed obviously for years, but like the contracts were back in a bit outdated to when Netflix wasn't doing $250 million movies, right? So like there's a dual strike which passed, which was sort of transformational in terms of how the rest of the future of the business is going to shake out. And it's been said by Google it. There's probably going to be more consolidation before this all settles. It just kind of is what it is. But like the 450 plus shows, original shows, like where you can watch anything, and is all these like great like artistic, like throw $200 million behind, or this huge director to do their passion piece that no studio would release theatrically. Like that was all meant to get people to like subscribe to the platform. And then when the strikes happened and they were able to, that was kind of the breaking point where all of a sudden you get out of the two strikes, you get out of COVID, everyone's going back to work, and there's, however many shows, like 250 or 280 that are on air. And like the economics are different. So, what's going to happen with streaming and everything going forward, everything's kind of to a certain extent, follows a cyclical pattern historically. But, I think traditionally people that innovate and have the ability to kind of come out the other side of a forest fire that clears all the brush away, which is a terrible thing to say about people that are working hard and have jobs and have been, the industry is streamlining itself. But like this next sort of period tends to be the period of like super like innovative growth, historically speaking. And who knows where it goes? So.
Amazing, dude. Is there anything that I didn't ask you that you want to say?
No, I don't want to say anything. Whatever. I'm much more comfortable talking about this stuff than like dealing with like stupid ass aggregation and idiots talking about like you talk to this person. Like I don't fucking care about that stuff. Again, like I'm happy to talk about this stuff all day long. It's very, very easy. I know it obviously pretty off the top of my head. So when people are like, "Oh, you write these media things with like Chat GPT," like, do you think Chat GPT just made me say all this shit? Like I know this easily. So
yeah, you're clearly like you're passionate about it and you're good at it, and I think that's what's intimidating to some of these motherfuckers. One last thing though, if you had to bet everything though, we'll do this again soon, dude. I'll hit you up. But
yeah, but like, if we do let's do this. So if we do this again, like let's again, this was impulse just a drop in, but let's focus it on like film and TV and the other sort of media landscape. I think
absolutely
where all this shit gets just like taken out of context is like when people try and put a creative wrestling IWC sort of like lens on whatever. Like I can talk all day long about Joseph Campbell's storytelling, the human, like the theory of like human universal connection and storytelling, that 3 act structure, which is by the way the same thing as Hogan versus Andre in WrestleMania 3, which is the same way Will Smith picked all of his films for his entire career. Like, I mean, like there are principles that are very, very prevalent in professional wrestling, and which is, I think, why it works and why it's so beloved domestically, globally. It's the same principles that have worked in film, whether it's elevated, or not elevated, whether it's an Alien, Independence Day, or whether it's, like Slumdog Millionaire. The same sort of principles exist in like the way that some of the classic sort of storylines have been told in WWF, WWE history. Like that sort of thing, I'm happy to talk about. Whether it's, I think, a lot less controversial than having whatever the fuck these people are arguing about it. And
Yeah,
I get at it, and I just have to smack them back.
Yeah, dude, I'd love to have you back on. We can talk about how, because you and I have discussed it a little bit, but like off air about, Vince McMahon, how he kind of held some of the boys back in a certain era as well, and that's why there's such a push now. And we'll talk about Street Fighter and shit.
I don't want to put any of those words in my mouth, because that's where it gets fucking aggregated again yet. But like, I mean, like again, like I wasn't there for that period. I mean, I've had colleagues, ex-colleagues that work directly with a lot of those names, but
yeah,
I'm happy to give insights. The last thing I want is just some stupid website I've never heard of all of a sudden like pop up in my Google Newsfeed.
Right, and I think we did a good job of addressing, I think, everything, a wide spectrum, and you dropped some fucking bombs. Everybody, round of applause for Nick LoPiccolo, Hollywood Agent. Thank you, buddy. God bless you. I'll get you out of here. Yeah, so that was impromptu, guys. I didn't anticipate doing that. I didn't have an interview prepared. I have like fucking 12 more questions I know I could ask him right off the top. He was awesome. He came across really well. I think did you guys like that? Was that good? I think we touched right on everything that needed to be, as far as like the bot stuff to the AEW stuff to the feud stuff to the current stuff to the fucking like ins and outs of the TV stuff and the WWE side of things. I think we hit pretty much everything. But yeah, I mean, I could, talk to the guy all day, obviously. So, yeah, I hope that was awesome. That was an amazing run-in. What did I have planned for the show, guys? We've been going 4.5. We were going to felt Tony Khan and then do WWE news. Maybe I'll do a run-in tomorrow. I don't think I have much Dave. Maybe we'll fucking do it Friday or something like that. We'll do whatever. I had a couple more bits planned for tonight, but we'll just skip over those because it is late. And if you're on the East Coast, thank you for being with us. Everybody, I have been Phil S. Marks. I told you guys, I got motherfuckers coming on the show, right? We'll get Nick back and we'll talk, like he said, about some more of the interesting stuff. It's more compelling to me to talk about like the whole Hollywood fucking side of things. Like I want to talk to him about Street Fighter and shit, Cody Rhodes and Roman Reigns are in that shit. That'd be cool. But because I mean, what more have we, it's all out in the open, all the beef bot stuff. I mean, it's like, why focus on that when you have a guy who clearly, listen to how just good he is at breaking this all down, is very insightful. I feel like I learned a lot, but I also feel like I'm like way dumber now. Because I'm like, wait, now I have like 1,000 more questions that you just can't even get to. So it's fun stuff. Hopefully I pulled that interview off okay. And I appreciate Nick LoPiccolo again for popping on. I appreciate you guys and for being tuned in. I've been Phil S. Marks. I'm gonna get the fuck out of here, and I'll leave you with some Triple Cup Tone. And I will see you. Be good to yourselves and each other. And I'll see you guys next time for Sicko Saturday, and maybe I'll drop a pod before then. And I got Famous Davis coming on this show on Sunday. We're going to record a pod, or maybe we pop in live. I don't know. I've been thinking about going live a little bit more here and there. I might do it tomorrow, actually, during the day. So I don't know. Appreciate you guys so much. Thank you for all the support. All the super chats were great, too. Those were great questions. And yeah, thank you guys so much. I love you all. And we will see you on the other side. Peace.
Every booking is golden, you see. Perfect cards crafted for you and me. Yeah, the best guys, Tony Khan, it's true. Triple cup, best damn booker in the land. 3 red cups stacked up, always in command. Triple cup, living legend of the fight. Just a call away from making it right. Never see him back hard, no way. Got the whole roster locked in for the day. A Crimson Tower of modern art. Triple cup, triple cup. Every booking is golden, you see. Perfect cards crafted for you and me. Yeah, the best guys, Tony Khan, it's true. Triple cup, best damn booker in the land. 3 red cups stacked up, always in command. Triple cup, living legend of the fight. Just a call away from making it right. Never see him back hard, no way.